Okay. Good evening and welcome to the May 19, 2020 City Council Special Video Meeting. I am Mayor Benson Wong. Tonight's City Council meeting is our fourth virtual council meeting using video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We are also broadcasting live on MITV Channel 21 and on City's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Bond is participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers. City Attorney Beal Park is participating in tonight's meeting remotely. Some city staff members will also be participating from the City Council chambers and with social distancing. Other participating staff members will be doing so remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application. Welcome to all to tonight's meeting, and thank you for joining us. Council members, please have your microphones turned on whenever we have a roll call. City Clerk Deb Estrada is not able to join us tonight. Our acting City Clerk, Mary Swan, will be conducting roll call votes tonight so that we accurately capture everybody's vote. Acting City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderl.
Here.
Councilmember Jake Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Craig Reynolds.
Here.
And Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. I've asked Councilmember Dave Rosenbaum to lead the council in the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you please join Councilmember Rosenbaum in saying the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We now move to our first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. However, before I entertain a motion, I just want to mention again the parameters of this agenda and the parameters of future agendas during the current public health emergency. On Friday, May 1, 2020, Governor Inslee announced an extension of his existing stay home, stay healthy order through May 31. We are trying to ensure compliance with the governor's extension of proclamation number 20-28.2 regarding the Open Public Meetings Act and the Public Records Act, and compliance with the Attorney General's corresponding guidance. Accordingly, the agenda includes items that are necessary and routine or matters necessary to respond to the COVID-19 outbreak and the current public health emergency. With that in mind, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second. So we have a motion was made by Councilmember Neese and a second by Councilmember Jacobson. Acting City Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. For this meeting, we continue to utilize the Zoom platform. If a council member has a question, the council member will be asked to use the raise his or her hand feature, and then will be asked to be recognized. I will do my best to recognize council members in the order that they raise their hands. Everybody will be asked to limit himself or herself to one question and to one clarifying question if necessary, so that each council member has an opportunity to ask a question if he or she wants before another council member is given a second opportunity to ask a question. We now move to our special business this evening. Proclamation number 251, We Love MI COVID-19 Relief Day. I believe we have Aaron Kravitz, who is the president of Mercer Island Community Fund and is also on the board of directors. And also we have Rory Shanks, who's a MIHS senior and a member of Mercer Trade Inc. So if you will first indulge me, I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation. Whereas on March 10, 2020, the Mercer Island Community Fund, Mercer Island High School International Entrepreneurship Class, the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce, and other community leaders joined forces to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic by establishing the We Love MI campaign on Mercer Island. And whereas the We Love campaign represents a stellar example of community collaboration by bringing together these student leaders and advocates for organizations across Mercer Island, including the Community Fund, Rotary, Mercer Island Youth and Family Services, Mercer Island Schools Foundation, Mercer Island Boys and Girls Club, the Strom Jewish Community Center, and the Mercer Island Chamber of Commerce. And whereas We Love MI was created to inspire the Mercer Island community to come together in response to the COVID-19 pandemic to support our friends and neighbors and the businesses, nonprofits, and other community organizations who serve Mercer Island and are vital to the island's economic vitality and quality of life. And whereas the We Love MI campaign has taken strides to rally the Mercer Island community by providing a platform for those impacted to share their story and the need with the community and making it easier for community members to learn about the direct support those Mercer Island nonprofit and businesses that have been negatively impacted during the crisis. Whereas We Love MI enables islanders to make tax-deductible donations directly to trusted and proven 501c3 nonprofits that benefit Mercer Island citizens. And whereas We Love MI also encourages all island businesses to join the campaign and provides an online directory of participating businesses GoFundMe fundraising page, allowing islanders to easily support the businesses of their choice. And the More Ways to Love MI page also offers citizens resources and ideas on other ways to support the community through the COVID-19 crisis. And whereas during Governor Inslee's Stay Home, Stay Healthy order, the We Love MI campaign has made a dramatic impact on the Mercer Island community, helping vital community organizations stay afloat during an unprecedented crisis. To date, the campaign has helped raise more than $81,000 in support of local organizations, and that amount increases every day. Now, therefore, I, Benson Wong, Mayor of the City of Mercer Island, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May 22, 2020 as We Love MI COVID-19 Relief Day in Mercer Island. The City of Mercer Island recognizes the outstanding and community collaboration, caring, and creativity in helping local businesses and nonprofits on Mercer Island. Approved this 19th day of May 2020. I believe Aaron and Rory, would you like to address the council and the community?
Yes, I would like to start off by first of all thanking all of you and all of the city staff being very supportive of this campaign from the beginning, helping us spread the word and doing whatever they can to support it, including proclaiming May 22nd as We Love MI COVID Relief Day for Mercer Island. I also want to thank the amazing leaders who have been involved in running this campaign, and that includes the entire international entrepreneurship class at Mercer Island High School, who have all, in their own way, every student has given something to this campaign. And on the leadership team, we have people from Mercer Island Community Fund being joined by people from Youth and Family Services, Strom Jewish Community Center, Chamber of Commerce. And so it's really been a joint effort. And I want to thank all of those people who have had a hand at moving this forward. And if I can just call out a few names on the leadership team. Special thanks go out to Jennifer McClellan, who is on the Community Fund Board and also the teacher of the International Entrepreneurship class, and for her work being the liaison between the two. It's been a big job for her. It's also been a big job for Sharon Perez, who's a member of the Community Fund Board, Betsy O'Connell, Marianne Flynn, Carolyn Coonahan, and I think that's everybody that I wanted to thank. And then I also wanted to thank our community for the outpouring of support. So far, it's actually $84,000 that our businesses have raised to date, and this number is going up every day. And although we're not able to track donations to the nonprofits, we think it's at least as significant. So to all of the community members who have supported us, thank you. And to all of those who are still thinking about it, please go ahead and donate. And I'm going to turn it over now to Rory Shanks, who is going to explain a little bit more about what May 22nd, We Love MI COVID Relief Day is all about.
Thank you, Erin. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for allowing me to be on this meeting. This whole campaign has been extremely inspiring and has been a wonderful experience to be a part of. And I've loved giving back to the community that I've lived my whole life in. May 22nd is going to be a very powerful day on Mercer Island. We are encouraging every Islander to give $22 to the cause of your choice or to make multiple $22 donations. We want everyone to consider giving $22 to different MI businesses and nonprofits. Just imagine if 10,000 Islanders gave $22, together we'd raise $220,000 for MI COVID-19 relief. We would love it if you guys could help spread the slogan of let's all give $22 on May 22nd. Again, thank you all so much. And I know that as a community, we will get through this and come out stronger in the end.
Erin and Rory, thank you so much. I want to give an opportunity to council members if you want to say anything. Again, just raise your hand and I'll recognize you. Councilmember Anderl.
I just wanted to thank you both, Erin and Rory, and everybody else who worked on the campaign. Really great. Can't believe that website name hadn't been already snapped up years ago, but good for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Just want to say thanks. Appreciate all your work.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
I just want to thank you guys for being here tonight and telling us about Friday. And I also want to thank the different service organizations that came forward to build this platform. And I hope our small businesses are benefiting from that, as well as our nonprofits. This is truly a demonstration of it takes a village to help us all get through this. So thank you so much for your leadership in creating this platform for all of us to come together and do what we can to help our neighbors in distress.
Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry about that. I think a job well done on tapping the vein of really good feelings and neighborly support that exists on this island. And I know it's something we're going to be counting on more and more until this crisis gets over and probably afterwards. But good on you guys. Great job.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah. Probably nothing somebody else hasn't said, but just wanted to extend my thanks as well. I saw some data the other day that suggested 40% of households that have an income of less than $40,000 a year have lost one or more breadwinner during this pandemic. It shows there's a lot of pain out there. I suspect Mercer Island's doing better than most on this, but still hurting, a lot of hurting people here and a lot of hurting businesses. So it's great at what you're doing to try to address that. Thank you.
Councilmember Neese.
I'll just echo what my peers have said, and thank you, Rory and Erin, for what you've done, and we'll make sure we get the word out on May 22nd.
Great, thank you. Again, thank you, Erin and Rory, and on behalf of the City Council, I want to encourage the entire community to support the We Love MI COVID-19 Relief Day. Let's stand up together on May 22 and show that we all are here to help. So again, thank you, Erin and Rory, for your good work. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have the City Manager's report, and welcome City Manager Jesse Bong.
Pandemic. As many of you are aware, King County residents are directed to wear face coverings in most public settings. This directive did begin yesterday. The recommendation is that you should be wearing a mask or a face covering in public places, both indoors and outdoors, when you just can't maintain 6 feet of distance from others. The masks do not replace all of those important proper hygiene and social distancing measures we've been talking about for months now. Things like washing your hands, wiping down doorknobs, disinfecting surfaces that are shared in public places. The masks are important. They help protect others by blocking droplets from spreading when someone coughs or sneezes or speaks. And there is no penalty for not wearing a mask, but we certainly strongly recommend that you do so. Contact tracing. This is something that is being worked on by the state of Washington and the governor's office. We've had a lot of questions about how this will apply to city operations, and the honest answer is we don't know yet. So the state has launched a contact tracing program. This simply means that when someone tests positive, an viewer will reach out by phone and begin tracing the places that they may have been and the people they may have been in contact with. This is voluntary. You may recall that when the guidelines for in-person dining for restaurants were originally released, the contact tracing list was mandatory. The governor has since released an update where it will be voluntary now. One of the questions, as I mentioned earlier, is what will happen when government buildings reopen to the public? We anticipate right now, with no other information, that we will likely also be asked to maintain a voluntary contact tracing list. It's a bit of speculation on my part, but since I've been asked several times, that's what I think will happen right now. Government buildings reopening to the public will be allowed to happen during phase 3. And we do anticipate the governor's office will be releasing guidelines on operations for government buildings sometime over the next probably 3 to 4 weeks. As for testing, I think most of you have seen this slide before, but it's important for community members watching to know that if you have symptoms of COVID-19, the recommendation from Seattle King County Public Health is that you get tested right away. Most testing is available through your primary care physician. If you do not have access to testing, the King County COVID-19 call center can get you connected with a testing resource. And I've published their number there. The King County COVID-19 call center is operating 7 days a week. Okay, I'm wildly transitioning topics now to address a number of emails and inquiries we received over the last 3 or 4 days with concerns regarding speeding vehicles, particularly around the Mercer ways. So basically around the perimeter of the island. And we certainly have had reports of racing across I-90 as well. So our police department is aware of these concerns and they're working to mediate them, keeping an eye on safe interactions with vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians. So some of the things they're working on right now is emphasis patrols around the Mercer ways and other areas of concern. You'll see the message boards, our digital message boards deployed out to some of our problem spots, encouraging people to slow down and share the road. We'll also be doing extra traffic enforcement over Memorial Day weekend. And I've already mentioned the variable messaging boards. So one of the things I will ask the community is when you're observing speeding vehicles or racing cars, please do call 911. I know the instinct is it's too late, I don't want to report it. but we have officers out on patrol all of the time. And this weekend, we did receive a report in a timely manner with an officer in the vicinity that was able to clock the speed of the cars in the area. So it really does matter. Please do call 911. The other thing that's really helpful to us is when those calls come in, it generates data, and that helps inform our enforcement efforts. So the more data we have on where the problem spots are, the more effectively we can deploy our police officers. So thank you to everyone that's reached out. Police Chief Ed Holmes and his staff team are actively working this situation. Just a reminder, I want to keep emphasizing this because we've had, certainly a few weeks ago, we had an incidence of mailbox crime, and we've had a few car break-ins as well. So the community, the Mercer Island Police Department has recently launched a virtual block watch program. We actually kicked this off earlier in May. We host this program on Zoom, and neighborhoods that participate will have a detective and a police officer join the Zoom meeting. We do allow time for questions and answers, question and answer period, and open discussions, as we know that there are concerns specific to your neighborhood. And again, the Block Watch program focuses, excuse me, on crime prevention strategies and how to make use of all your neighbors and their eyes and ears, particularly with everyone home right now. What you see can actually help us solve a crime. So far, 7 neighborhoods are signed up and 2 have already held virtual meetings. So if you're interested in participating in the Neighborhood Crime Watch program, please reach out to Officer Jennifer Franklin, and her phone number is provided here. Given that we're having some video problems tonight, I will just mention her number is 206-275-7905. Moving on to some other changes that have happened with our Parks and Rec Department and the Community Center. Just a reminder, we announced earlier this week, and actually we announced last week, we're still working through the transition, that the Community Center will remain closed until August 31st. Facility rentals and summer recreation programs, including our summer camps, are also canceled through August 31st. This includes the Voice program that is hosted by the Youth and Family Services Department. I have received a number of emails, and actually my kids were signed up for, I think, 5 weeks in a row of summer camps, so this impacted me too. I've received a number of emails and phone calls, and I know people are very heartbroken about the cancellations. The challenge, I just want to remind you, is that the community center is not allowed to open until phase 3. And at that point, the general guideline we have right now is that the community center would only be allowed to operate at 50% capacity. And council, given our financial circumstances, it just doesn't appear that that is something that we can sustain for this summer. We are beginning to evaluate limited operating scenarios for the fall and winter. Can you take that down? Okay. As for other parks and recreation facilities, rental and program cancellations, just wanted to update you. Sorry, we're having a little feed problem here. All private outdoor event rentals are canceled through August 31st as well. We didn't have that many, so this shouldn't be impacting that many groups. We're also not taking any more rental applications for private rentals in the parks until we have more certainty about a phase 3 or phase 4 timeline. The picnic areas within our parks are anticipated to reopen during phase 2. Just a reminder that these will be available on a first come, first served basis. No reservation is required. And finally, for athletic field rentals, this is where we have a glimmer of hope. All of our rentals for fields are canceled through June 30th, but we are anticipating that athletic leagues may resume during phase 3. And this is for activities that allow up to 50 people to participate. So we will be coordinating with our user groups and our partners here on Mercer Island for field reservations after June 30th. And certainly when we have a better sense of the phase 3 and when that might start. There's been some social media. I've seen a few social media posts in particular regarding the Youth and Family Services food pantry. So first of all, I want to say thank you to the Mercer Island High School band for raising almost $3,000 for the food pantry. The money that you raised is directly passed through to families in need here on Mercer Island. We are and have seen an increase of 50% for food assistance, a 50% increase in requests for food assistance since March 1st. It is really thanks to all of you in the community that we're able to continue running the food pantry and providing gift cards. I did see some social media posts. This is what I was starting to say a moment ago, indicating that we're running out of food cards. That isn't quite accurate, but we do need your help to continue meeting these needs. So we continue to recommend, if you have a little extra to spare, consider dropping off gift cards for either QFC or New Seasons. We recommend gift cards in the amount of $25 or $50. Pictured there on the screen is a secure drop box we have here at City Hall. You can leave the gift cards in the box. They're collected daily. You can also make a donation to the food pantry through the YFS Foundation by selecting emergency assistance on the donation page at miyfs.org. If you have any questions about food pantry or making a donation, or you need assistance, please reach out to Tamby Cork. Her email is on the screen, or you can also contact us through the call center, and I'll show that phone number at the very end of the presentation. As for the thrift shop, I know everyone is interested in when the thrift shop will reopen. There's certainly a lot of planning work going on behind the scenes as we evaluate our options. In the meantime, I wanted to let you know we are working on a plan to start accepting donations again. As soon as we have certainty about that, we will do a widespread message to the community. I know many of you have items piling up at home and you'd like to donate. I would consider to make the most of your donation. You know, things like your lucky socks, they may not get a great resale value, but there are other items like jewelry and shoes that are in good condition that do have a high resale value. So you can help us out as we plan ahead for the reopening by pre-sorting, and we'll have, again, more messaging about our reopening plans and the items that we need in the near future. Until then, we have had dumping happening at the thrift shop. Almost daily, we've had people dropping off things in front. We can't accept the donations, and it's even become quite dangerous for our staff to move them due to safety concerns. So we kindly ask, please don't drop them off. We're not able to process or handle donations at this time. If you'd like to know more about how you can support the YFS thrift shop, please go to mercerislandthrift.org. We also have a link there to some of the items that are available for purchase online. Changing topics again, the City Council meeting schedule. I just wanted to mention to community members that may not be staying for the end of the meeting. Usually at the end of our council meeting, we do talk about the updated planning schedule. And so this evening, I'll be going over what looks to be a revised June schedule. So a couple things you should know. We anticipate virtual meetings for the foreseeable future. I'm gonna just hazard a guess and say at least through the end of 2020. I do need to revisit this evening the meeting start time with the City Council. We have been starting our virtual meetings at 5 o'clock. Prior to that, they were at 6:30. So we'll try to get some direction on where we'd like to, when we'd like to start meetings going forward. I will be asking the City Council to consider a special meeting on June 9th, Tuesday, June 9th. Again, this is just a heads up for those of you that may be not able to join us all the way at the end of the meeting. And just a general statement about our workload right now. We're still handling and managing a number of significant finance-related work items that we need to get scheduled and we need to address. And so that's largely the focus of the month of June. These are all items related to the pandemic. Speaking of the June meetings, The city council, myself, and other members of the staff, we have received a number of phone calls and emails from residents concerned about the service reductions, particularly in the Youth and Family Services Department and Parks and Recreation. And I just want to say on behalf of the city, thank you for reaching out. We certainly hear you and most certainly feel you. These weren't decisions that I wanted to make as a city manager, and it's very unfortunate. So where we are now, even with recent reductions, I just want to remind everyone, we still have a projected deficit in the general fund and the YFS fund. Addressing these deficits and what I will call stabilizing the organization are really key areas of focus for the city council and the staff team in June. That's where we're headed with those June council meetings, and certainly beyond, right? This work most certainly goes beyond June. But I did want to let you know, we're looking at all options. For YFS in particular, we're looking at thrift shop operations. We're looking at a partnership with the YFS Foundation, additional fundraising campaigns, and certainly how best to utilize city reserves. So I know for everyone that's reached out, you're looking for answers right now, and I just want to tell you we're working on it. Again, I anticipate most of the month of June and possibly into early July will be focused specifically on addressing the deficit and stabilizing the organization. So thank you for your patience. We do appreciate your communication. And I can assure you we'll be communicating with you more as decisions are made and we go forward. Okay, just to round out the presentation, a few positives, things that we want to share. I believe I shared this at the last council meeting. So this is a youth art contest. All Mercer Island youth and young adults are invited to create a visual art piece to promote mental health awareness. Any form of visual media artwork can be submitted. You do need to include the Be Kind to Your Mind slogan, which is an acknowledgement of Mental Health Awareness Month. There will be 2 winners selected and they will have prizes for 2 winners, and then everyone is entered into a drawing for a $25 gift card. The entry deadline is coming up. It's May 31st. If you're interested in participating, please contact staff member Rachel Montgomery. The Mercer Island Farmers Market, also in the good news category, the market is planning to open on Sunday, June 7th. The hours will be 10 to 3 as normal, and operating, at least right now, intending to operate every Sunday through the end of September. We have a couple city staff members that have been working with the farmers market staff on the COVID-19 specific changes to the market. So if you're a frequent market visitor or actually new to the market, you can anticipate there will be operating changes, and we'll have more on that to share within probably the next week or 2. If you'd like more information on the farmers market, you can visit their website at mifarmersmarket.org. A few thank yous and recognitions. So this is a appreciation to the Marine Patrol. On May 5th, Marine Patrol Sergeant Brian Nowell and Officer Scott Schroeder responded to a boat fire on Lake Washington. They were able to assist and put the fire out and help the residents get home safely. We did receive a thank you for the people that were served by the Mercer Island Police Department Marine Patrol, acknowledging their professionalism and a job well done. So thank you, Sergeant Nowell and Officer Schroeder, for your great work on behalf of the city of Mercer Island. And a thank you to Officer Haraway. It's a strange time, as I'm sure all of you feel. We do have staff that are retiring, and we don't have the opportunity to do the great big send-off. So we'll do the virtual send-off. After serving the Mercer Island community for over 18 years, Officer John Haraway retired on May 15th. During his tenure, he was a member of the Marine Patrol, the dive team, and also served as a field training officer. He received a recognition, the Commander's Award in 2012 and 2016 for his outstanding performance in the commission of his duties. Many, many, many thanks to you, Officer Haraway, for your service to our community. And finally, an amazing thank you. I love these pictures because all the volunteers are social distanced. Over the last 3 Fridays during the senior hours at Mercerdale Park, which have been quite popular, Our emergency management volunteers distributed almost 2 handmade face coverings. And I believe they're actually the ones that are making the face masks as well. So thank you very much for sewing them and handing the masks out to the community. You guys have been doing a great job. If you have good news stories, things that you want to share about amazing work that's being done in the community and by community members, please email me. We're trying to feature these good news stories in our city manager's reports and in our live briefings. One final reminder, and then I'll conclude my report. The city of Mercer Island has centralized all of the phone lines and our customer service functions. The best way to reach us is actually through the call center number, which is 206-275-7626. We have staff trained to answer your calls and get you connected to the staff. Most of our staff are still working remotely. And that is all I have for my city manager's report tonight. As I click back in here, I can see that we're still having video feed challenges, but Mayor Wong, I'm going to suggest we go ahead. We're not sure that we have a resolution to this tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Jesse, for a very informative and comprehensive report. Hopefully you can get a glass of water. And I really think it's great for you to share the good news story. I think that's very uplifting, especially given the times that we live in. Tonight's agenda will not include in-person public appearances in accordance with the extension of Proclamation 20-28.2 and the governor's extended stay-home order. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearances portion of our meeting may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they register their desire to speak with the city clerk's office by 4 p.m. today. Our acting city clerk will call on you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. This is an opportunity for anyone to speak to the city council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the city council as a whole and not to any individual council member or staff member. If any person makes a personal, impertinent or slanderous remark or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that the person leave the meeting. As a reminder, the council cannot accept comments on any campaign-related matters, such as elections for individual offices or ballot propositions, except under specific circumstances where the consideration of a ballot measure is on the council agenda. When it is your turn to address the council, be sure to speak audibly, state the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Finally, remember, if you would like to make a public comment tonight specific to Agenda Bill 5691, which is the Transportation Improvement Program, we ask that you hold your comments until that agenda item is before the council, which will be later this evening. Acting City Clerk, is there anyone who has signed up for appearances that wishes to address the council?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have 2 people signed up for public appearances. First up is Ira Appleman, followed by Mark Clausen. A 15-minute warning will be sounded, or I'll give a 15-second warning when each speaker's time is almost up. Welcome, Ira Appleman. Please turn off your microphone or turn on your microphone and proceed.
Okay, can you see me?
We can't see you, Ira, but we can hear you.
Okay, well, usually in Zoom you can hear people, but you can see people too. But okay, so I should begin. Okay, Ira Appleman, Mercer Island. It's an honor to be the first internet appearance. Reducing staff in response to a crisis is not the correct way to right-size the city's workforce, but it may be the only way to right-size the city's workforce. Some of us have been protesting for years that staff is too large, but in past years, we've received absolutely no support from the city council majority and instead staff size has increased, and the failed City Council proposed 2018 Proposition 1 would have increased staff size much more. The concern I've expressed is that most of the issues that have split our community and caused lots of grief have been sponsored and funded by the Development Services Group. Those include hundreds of thousands of dollars in staff time plus for at least 6 years of MICA YTN in Mercer Dale Park, and even longer for the Community Facilities Zoning CFZ and its predecessors near the JCC property. The special interests behind these proposals have provided very little in fees compared to the huge amount of staff time required. Now the Development Services Group has morphed into the Community Planning and Development Department to provide long-range and comprehensive planning that no islanders have asked for. CPD is much too large, and that size threatens to cause much more grief with additional projects to split the community and waste more taxpayer funds. One private group is currently proposing to revise the town center code again, though we just spent huge amounts of funds revising it in 2014 to 2016. CPD should be downsized, so when a special interest group requests another expensive, controversial project, the refreshing CPD answer should be that they don't have the funds or personnel to do that. Many islanders think that we're all staying safe and at home, but lots is going on behind the scenes, as we'll see later with the TIP. And CPD is very active now, and islanders need to stay involved. Mercer Island already has a plan that attracts residents from all around the region and all around the nation. If the City Council majority wants to spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars to redo the town center or any similar project, they should ask the voters for a bond or levy rather than assign it to an oversized staff that has nothing better to do. And those are the end of my comments.
Thank you, Ira.
Thank you.
City Clerk.
Next up, we have Mark Clausen. Mr. Clausen, would you please turn on your microphone and proceed?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am Mark Clausen. I've got an echo.
That I'm in my speaking, but I'll do what I can to kind of work through it.
6107 Southeast 32nd Street. I've lived on Mercer Island for 25 years, and I apologize. I have a commitment later this evening, and so I need to speak on the tip during appearances instead of during the comment period for the tip. I have prepared written comments that I have submitted to the council in the space allotted. I apologize. The paragraph breaks that I put in my comments did not appear after my comments were uploaded. The bulk of my comments pertain to two items on the TIF. One of them is the rechannelization project on 77th in the town center. And the second is the chip seal project for a portion of West Mercer Way. I have more detailed comments in writing, but to summarize those, the elimination of the bike lanes, rechannelization is really a euphemism. What it's doing is it's eliminating about 50% of the designated bike lanes on Mercer Island. This is a bad idea that has become worse as a result of the coronavirus experience. We are seeing a dramatic increase, not just here, but in New York City. The New York Times came out with a big article about the increase in sales of bikes and the usage of bikes, both for recreation and to get places in the United States. The city of Seattle is closing approximately 20 miles worth of streets to cars to encourage the use of bikes and pedestrians. The city of Bellevue and WashDOT are spending significantly for bicycle improvement projects in Factoria. And here we have the city of Mercer Island that has decided to do away with, by code, half of the designated bike lanes. That is a bad idea. It discourages people from riding to force them to ride in traffic. And the replacement for that which is parallel parking. In other words, there will be cars pulling into and out of parking spaces using their parallel parking skills, i.e. being distracted from other traffic that's on the road, in particular vulnerable users. And so what you're doing is you're taking a designated bike lane and you're making it much more dangerous for cyclists and much less attractive. This is a key link between the Sound Transit station and most of the island. It's an extraordinarily bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Acting City Clerk, again, is there any other appearances?
No, Mayor, that's it.
Okay.
Mayor
If there are no
Wong.
further appearances.
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, City Manager.
So we've consulted briefly behind the scenes, and I am going to recommend that we take a break until 6 o'clock p.m. to see if we can do a quick reboot and resolve the video feed issue on our end. If that's okay with the council, I'd like to at least attempt to fix it because the TV and YouTube feed is not working appropriately.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, well, until 6 p.m. Okay, we'll come back at 6 p.m.
Thank you
All right.
very much.
Thank you. Jesse, are we okay?
I see Jesse. I see Benson. I see.
Okay, so the feed, there's still a problem with the feed on our end. We tried to do a quick reboot. It didn't resolve the issue. So my recommendation, Mayor Wong, is to keep going. I just need to acknowledge that for those that are watching the meeting on Channel 21 or YouTube, you may not see the video feed, but the audio feed is fine. Based on our quick assessment, capacity here at City Hall is just fine. It appears we may have a problem with Zoom.
Okay.
So
is everybody back?
we are missing Councilmember Jacobson and Councilmember Reynolds.
Okay.
My camera went off and I can't seem to get it back.
You're looking good, Jake.
Well, at least I don't have to look at myself. That's, thank you, Benson.
Oh, there you go.
For
You're
better
back.
or worse.
You're back.
There you are.
So we're just waiting for Craig.
Jake.
Craig is here, been here.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure why my video is not showing. Also, I can get that turned on.
Okay.
Says the host has stopped my video.
Oh.
There we go. Okay.
You're back. Good. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and proceed. We'll go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. Well, Jesse, do you want to explain to the viewers or the people who may be listening in where we are?
I'm sorry, Mayor Wong, in the agenda?
Well, no. In terms of for the public that may be viewing, or you might just explain again that our video, we're having difficulties.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Wong. For those of you that are watching on Channel 21 or watching our live stream on YouTube, we are having a video feed problem. It appears to be something that's happening here at City Hall. So the council members can actually see each other just fine, but the feed here is impacted. So you may see video screens intermittently. I will just ask the council members to make sure before they comment, they state their name so that we know who's speaking. And I apologize for the inconvenience. We will certainly troubleshoot this before the next meeting.
Great, thank you.
And I should just say, council members, your video is showing up intermittently, so I don't want you to assume that we're not seeing you. It is popping in and out.
Okay. A good reminder for people to introduce themselves, just in case. Again, the next item of business is the consent calendar. Staff has requested to remove Agenda Bill 5693, Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Grant Acceptance from the consent calendar to the first item of regular business. Accordingly, the consent calendar contains the approval of claims reporting for electronic funds transfers for the month ending April 30, 2020, the approval of the accounts payable reports for the following days, May 1 and May 8, the approval of the certification of payroll dated May 8. Again, this is all 2020. The approval of the minutes of the meetings held on April 21, 2020, May 5, 2020, and May 12, 2020. And also the approval of the Agenda Bill 5690, Human Resources Support Allocation. Does anyone wish to pull an item off the consent calendar? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to approve the consent calendar. Acting City Clerk, please conduct the roll call. And council members, please have your microphones turned on.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Anderl?
Yeah, so for clarification, that's the consent calendar with the one item pulled off,
Correct.
right? Okay, then aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese? Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum, Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Mayor Wong.
Aye. Motion passes and the consent calendar is approved. We move to the first item of regular business, which is Agenda Bill 5693, Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Grant Acceptance. And to begin this presentation is Small Business Liaison Sarah Luvis. Sarah?
Hi, everyone. Can you see and hear me? No. Okay, I'm going to share my screen, so hold on just a second. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. So our apologies, my apologies, the reason we requested to pull this off of your consent calendar tonight is because there is a slight discrepancy between the grant funds and cash match and staff match total that was included in the project budget as part of the port agreement in your agenda packet. So I just wanted to clarify to make sure that everyone knows kind of what the funding allocations are, the grant award, as well as the requirements for the city one last time before we take it to the recommended action. So this table looks very similar to the table that was included with the project budget in the agreement, with in bold the amounts that have been updated to reflect their accurate amounts. So in your agenda packet, the agreement listed that for the second project phase of the Port of Seattle project, the collect data for future planning needs, that the city match funds, so that third column, would be $3,500, which was inaccurate. As you recall from the May 5th meeting, I hope the city is required to post a 50% match for the awarded grant funds, which amounts to $12,235. Half of that can come in-kind matching funds, so in this case, city staff support, and the other half has to come in a cash match. So now the various matching amounts reflect the accurate amounts. The total funds that we are, asking for in terms of the expenditure, the grant award, as well as the match, that $36,705, that was included in your agenda packet as the requested appropriation and expenditure. That hasn't changed. It's just updating with the correct matching funds amount. So it was about $265 off in the project budget that was included in the agreement. Now it's accurately reflecting the total of $12,235 instead of $12,250 required match. So it's a very nominal amount, but we just wanted to make sure that everything was accurate before we moved ahead with asking for the final acceptance of the grant award. But I'm happy to take any additional questions that you might have about this before we move on to the recommended action.
So does any person have a question for Sarah? I am not seeing anybody raise their hand, Sarah. So at this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to authorize the city manager. Well, there it is. There's the proposed motion. So maybe perhaps instead of reading it, if somebody might be willing to make a motion, say so moved.
Second.
All right. I'm thinking that was Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah.
Was it?
Only because he was faster at the unmute button.
Okay, and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to authorize the city manager to accept the 2020 Port of Seattle Economic Development Partnership Program grant funds and to appropriate the expenditures as stated in the motion. So acting.
Excuse me, Benson, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, first of all, it's kudos to having lassoed 36,000 plus bucks, Sarah. So good that you saw it and did it. When will we expect to receive the Port of Seattle's money?
That's a good question, Councilmember Jacobson. So the grant is a reimbursable grant. So as we submit invoices for reimbursement, we'll receive the funds back. And typically the Port of Seattle in past projects has preferred that communities submit their invoices at the end of a project, but given most municipalities' situations during the COVID-19 crisis, they are more than willing to accept invoices pretty much immediately. So there will be, a smaller lag time in terms of recouping the funds, but we will be able to get the money back pretty quickly as we are expending it throughout the course of the project.
And over what period of time do we expect to be doing our in-kind, either cash or staff contributions?
So the project time period is roughly June to October. The final report date for projects is November 2nd of 2020. That said, as you may recall from the last meeting where I shared more about the projects in mind, I anticipate that most of the project components will take place primarily during the summer. In particular, those marketing components and other awareness building that we're hoping to do on behalf of and in support of the local business community to raise more awareness and engagement with businesses as they're reopening during different phases this
Thank
summer.
you.
Again, apologies, Councilmember Jacobson. I think whenever there's something on the screen that's being shared, it's difficult for me to see. There it is. Now I can see. Okay, no, that's no. Is there any other, does anybody else have a question for Sarah? Okay. Councilmember Jacobson, you might want to take down your hand. I'll assume that you don't have any other questions. So we do have a motion and a second. So acting city clerk, please conduct the roll call. Acting city clerk.
Councilmember Andrew Paul?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. Motion passes. We now move to the second item of regular business. This is obviously the key item on the agenda today. Agenda Bill 5691, the 2021-2026 Transportation Improvement Program, public hearing and review. To begin this discussion, welcome City Engineer Patrick Yamashita.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Wong, Deputy Mayor Weicker, members of the City Council. For the record, I'm Patrick Yamashita, your City Engineer. The agenda bill before you is for a public hearing and a discussion regarding the draft 2021 to 2026 Transportation Improvement Program. Here with me this evening for the presentation, which is very brief, includes our Interim Finance Director and our Director of Public Works. Additionally, to help assist with answering questions you might have later, are our Assistant City Engineer and our Street Engineer. With that, I'd like to hand it back to you, Mr. Mayor, to open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I am now opening the public hearing on the 2021-2026 Transportation Improvement Program, and the time is now 6:15. The guidelines are the same as for public appearances. Individuals wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item, they do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they registered their desire to make a public comment with the city clerk by 4 p.m. today. Our acting city clerk will call on you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. Again, please speak audibly and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Acting city clerk, is there anyone who has signed up for public comment that wishes to address the council with respect to the tip?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have 4 people signed up for public comment. First up is Jim Stanton, followed by Robert Olson, Ira Appleman, and then Jonathan Harrington. Again, a 15-second warning will be provided when each speaker's time is almost up. Welcome, Jim Stanton. Please turn on your microphone and proceed.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jim.
Thank you. I'm Jim Stanton. I've lived on Mercer Island at the south end since 1985. I'm also a member of a group, Neighbors in Motion. We've been working with the city for almost 10 years, concerned about making our roads safer for the people who use them, with a particular emphasis on a set of vulnerable users, bicycle riders. We've worked with the city on coming up with codes of conduct for cyclists and drivers, which we've taken out to other organizations to persuade them to improve their behavior on cycling on the island. Primary concern has always been safety. We appear regularly at elementary schools, bike to school days to support using helmets. We've sponsored classes on accident response and CPR. I want to emphasize that our interest really is safety for everybody, and so that bicycling can become a bigger contributor to transportation and life on the island. Because of that, our primary concern in this tip is removing the bike lanes along 77th Avenue in the city center. As Mark had explained earlier, this is basically all the bike lanes in the city center, and is the only safe haven for kids, families, and the like to ride a bicycle down there out of traffic. If you put in the parking as the tip calls for, you create a very dangerous position, and to avoid it, you're going to find scooters and bicycles on sidewalks. I've submitted a letter with my concerns about this in detail, so I won't go any further. With respect to the north-south bike route, that's been recognized in 2 community-wide bicycle pedestrian studies as a key component that going back 25 years. And if you look at this year's tip, at the end of 30 years, it will not have been even beyond an initial planning stage, which was supposed to have started last year and is now shoved off 4 years. I understand the COVID situation affects finances, absolutely. But the reason, this has been a consistent deferring and putting bicycle projects on the tip and then shoving them down year after year after year is one reason why after 30 years, it still will not have been addressed. Anyway, again, my primary concern is the removing the dangers having to do with moving the bicycle lanes in the city center.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Next up is Robert Olson, followed by Ira Appleman, and then Jonathan Harrington. Welcome, Robert Olson. Please turn on your microphone and proceed.
This is he. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Robert Olson. I'm a resident of the South End, 7817 Southeast 73rd Place, 33 years. Also a member of NIM. And I second Jim Stanton's comments. I had earlier today sent to the council and to Deb Estrada a two-page statement regarding my personal perspective on opposing the what's called SP 126 in the tip, which is to convert the bike lanes now on 77th Avenue Southeast to parking stalls and substituting sharrows to direct bikes into car traffic. I won't repeat all of the points that I made on the two-page summary, other than to say that 77th Avenue, the city acknowledges as a key gateway to the East Link station to be open in 2023 and to the I-90 trail, because they proposed to spend significant sums of money on SP 120 to facilitate interface between bikes and pedestrians and cars at 77th and Sunset Highway. And also because they're spending money, proposing to spend money on SP 123 to improve the trail and interface around the East Link station and North Mercer Way. At the same time they're doing that, the city is taking away these bike lanes that are on 77th Avenue from the south of Sunset Highway to the Mercerdale Park. On the purported rationale that it would support economic development in the town center, I note in my statement that there's no evidence or data that I'm aware of showing the need or the benefit of any such development or any such reason to eliminate the bike lanes. And also because of the potential side effects that Mark Clausen had earlier identified in his testimony. Beyond that, I quote with great detail portions of the town center code that make it very clear that the city mandates consideration of bikes and pedestrians over cars and favors off-street parking in the town center. And I specifically refer to the code section 19.11.130, where it states that development should maximize opportunity for alternative modes of transportation in the town center and promote an integrated multimodal transportation system, and parking stalls shall be located within a structure, underground or behind buildings. Nothing to say on-street parking, parallel parking that, as Mark Clausen pointed out, is dangerous. And also 19.11.010 subsection D points 1, 2, and 4 there indicate that any development shall favor the pedestrian over the automobile and in terms of site design, building placement, and parking locations. I commend those sections to the City Council to review and hope that they will reject SP 126 as part of the TIP.
Thank you, Bob. Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ira Appleman, followed by Jonathan Harrington. Welcome back, Ira.
Thanks. You can hear me, I hope. If it matters, I've lived on the island for 57 years, 50 years in the neighborhood of Island Crest Park, which is where I grew up. I've provided detailed comments to the council, comment 1 and 2, and I'll just briefly summarize. I'm sort of surprised that the TIP has so much bicycle facilities and pedestrian projects. of the residential street resurfacing and the pedestrian bicycle facilities, as well as the total that's spent on arterial streets, more is in pedestrians and bicycles than either of those others, which seems out of whack to me, even though a lot of those projects come later. I found particularly shocking, I don't like this north-south bike route. We've seen it before. I provided the council the study from 2012, which the council used to reject this project. And summarizing the minutes, Mayor Bassett summarized that the council, except for Council Member Ciro, wanted to downscale the north-south route from transportation facility to a recreation facility. The council does not consider this area as a transportation facility. And so I think the city should reject it. As I recall, city engineer Yamashita said that you really couldn't do it, the part on Island Crest Way, without getting rid of too many trees. So unless they can come up with a concept that hasn't been covered by the study, I think that, which they haven't yet, that either gets rid of trees on Island Crest Way or runs through the park, I don't think that should be considered. Ironically, I agree with Mark Clausen, Jim Stanton, and Robert Olson on the SP 126 parking on 77th Avenue Southeast. We have seen this a number of times. As I recall, when we did the town center visioning, it was rejected that we put parking there. We certainly rejected it during the period of that parking supporting Micah in Mercerdale Park. There's no business that fronts 77th that doesn't have parking. So this makes no sense unless it's a project that some people are working on behind the scenes to completely revision the town center, which is expensive and before I've said should be rejected. But with respect to this particular project, this is a project that we have set aside for bicycles. So that's how they get through the town center. This has been agreed to. There hasn't been any objection to it. So this is a bicycle facility plan that everybody's for, as far as I know. And there's nobody against it. Now they're talking about putting in parking, but nobody's against putting bicycles on 77th. That's how they get through the town center to I-90. So I would say that the city council should reject SP 126. This is a project, even those people who are leery about all the bicycle projects compared to the road projects. So I would say that I believe that this is critical and should be reserved for bicycles. End of comment.
Thank you, Ira. Assistant City Clerk.
Yes, next is Jonathan Harrington. Welcome. Please turn on your microphone and begin.
Yeah, my name is Jonathan Harrington. I live at 9514 Southeast 68th Street. I would also like to address proposed changes to the TIP that will significantly roll back pedestrian and bicycle lane improvements. The need for multimodal connectivity in the downtown area will greatly increase when the light rail station opens. Bikes provide a critical last mile link to public transportation for those who live beyond the standard 10-minute walk from a station, which is most of us. Seattle and virtually every East Side community are expanding multimodal transportation options. Rollbacks will hurt the island's competitiveness and desirability as a place to live, work, and shop. I'm also concerned that the city is proposing further delay to the decades-long East-West Mercer Way shoulder improvement project. Widening the shoulders is a major safety issue for drivers, walkers, and bicyclists. The project has been going on for a very long time. I live on the south end near East Mercer Way and drive on this road daily. I am 100% certain that the shoulder improvements reduce injuries and save lives. It also greatly improves the flow of traffic all along the corridor. The area south of Avalon Drive is essentially treacherous for walkers and bicyclists. Remember that the main pedestrians walking on this stretch of road are young people, our own children. Please do not reverse decades of efforts by numerous citizens and multiple city councils to make our island a safer and healthier place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Assistant City Clerk, is there any other speaker?
No, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Acting City Clerk, sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, I know that there's been some concerns raised about people not having ample time to comment on the tip. And so I think in order to give the public more time to share their comments about the tip, I'd like to entertain a motion to continue the public hearing period for the tip to June 16, 2020, which is the date that we are scheduled to adopt the tip. And I'm going to seek, or if any council member is willing to make a motion to continue the public hearing for the tip to June 16, 2020.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a lot of seconds. I'm not sure if I captured. Just who wants to take credit for the motion? I'm sorry.
Craig and Lisa.
Okay. So motion was made by Councilmember Anderall and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. I'll give you that one credit. We have a motion.
I'm not sure that's actually right. I don't think I got in until it was seconded, but I'm not sure that it matters.
Yes,
Everybody seems to be in accord.
Yeah, and technically I didn't say anything, although I would have.
Okay. I don't want to give you credit when you don't deserve credit. So we'll
give it to Dave then.
I heard Salim first.
Okay, Councilmember Salim. Okay, so Acting City Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Could we have a discussion first?
Oh, I'm sorry. And you're right. You raised your hand. I apologize. Councilmember Anderall.
That's okay. I was just kind of trying to seek clarification. One of the things that concerns me about continuing the public comment, I want to keep it open, but the issue then becomes we've got public comment and a public hearing on the 16th, but on the 16th is also the day that we're legally obligated to adopt the tip. And, you know, will people really feel like they've been heard if they comment and then we adopt without kind of further deliberations? Because we have to do this by July 1st, I guess. And that's the other question is there any grace to extend the adoption of the tip past July 1st? I don't think Governor Inslee's extension orders addressed this. And so I think not, but I just kind of wanted to put that out there.
Well, I think you are right. I'm going to turn it over to, as far as we don't know of any extension, I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Bond.
Councilmember Anderall, for raising those points. I think you and I had talked about this yesterday. We do have a statutory requirement to adopt a TIP and submit it to both the state of Washington and the Puget Sound Regional Council by July 1st. That statutory deadline has not been extended. At this point, I think most cities are moving forward with TIP adoption. Council, I just want to remind you that the TIP is a plan. It is a 6-year plan. It is certainly a very important plan. You have the opportunity to make changes to the TIP plan at least annually. And I do recommend we keep this on track to adopt. So what I'd like to ask for tonight is to come away with as much feedback and input and direction as we can possibly get tonight, knowing that we'll continue the public hearing to the 16th. What you can expect is the staff will prepare a final draft for you on the 16th. You most certainly will have the opportunity to amend it on the 16th before you adopt it. Although we don't have a meeting planned between June 16th and July 1st, certainly you always have the flexibility to call a special meeting should you need to do so in the intervening period. We typically run up against this very same scenario annually, So what I would say is let's get through the meeting tonight and see where we are, continue to accept public comment. Keep the hearing open. I do encourage those in the community that have not had a chance to fully comment on the draft. Please do so as soon as you can, because we'll be receiving those comments and evaluating them as they do come in.
Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute.
As I understand the city manager's position on this, you prefer that we at least spit out whatever we've got tonight, as opposed to just kicking the can down the road to the 16th for all the rest of it. Did I correctly understand, Jesse, where you're coming from?
Yes, Councilmember Jacobson. I didn't quite say it like that, but if there are things that you agree on tonight, you know, a project that you want to see continue, a project you want to take out of the plan, moving things around, I certainly think it's appropriate tonight. If there are 4 of you that want to provide head nods, that will help us prepare our draft for the 16th. And I realize I'm jumping ahead of the presentation by making those comments, but we certainly welcome any clarification we can get this evening.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I'd like to scrap the 77th.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we're going to get to the discussion regarding individual. So this is really a discussion regarding the continuance of the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay. So I think to the city manager's point and to the public is that if you can get your comments in as early as possible, typically the agenda bill that we'll take a look at on the 16th will be done by the preceding Thursday. So really, if you want to give the council members a chance to really study your comments, please try to get them in probably by Wednesday, whatever date that is preceding June 16th. So again, any other comments or questions? Councilmember Jacobson and Rosenbaum, your hands are still raised. I don't know if they need to go down, or are we? Okay. Councilmember Jacobson, you still have your hand up. Are you? Jake, you're on mute.
I just took myself off.
Okay.
I believe that we ought to hear each other's comments to the extent they exist right now, because it is difficult to collect others' comments and reflect on them when they're bombed in by emails and then they go in and out of City Hall. So I think if people have any comments, and I've spent a bit of time reviewing these kinds of things, that I would certainly benefit by what my colleagues have to think. And because I'm sure that I haven't thought about every aspect of every issue. So I think it would be good to get any comments that we have tonight and not just send a bunch of comments in and then have a mad scramble at the last minute to try to reconcile stuff.
Yeah. Councilmember Neese.
So my understanding is that all we're talking about right now is the discussion to extend the public hearing, but we're still going to have the presentation. We're still going to have council discussion about all the projects in the TIP. We're going to review them by biennium, but the public will have an additional time to extend the public hearing. So with that, I think we're probably ready for a vote on the extension of the public hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese. Yeah, we are just simply looking at and taking a vote on extending the public hearing to June 16th. We are going to continue to have our presentation about the PIP tonight. And again, encourage the public to get their comments in as early as possible so that the council will have ample time to consider them. So assuming no further comments or questions, acting city clerk, there is a motion that's been made and seconded. Please take a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Earl?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to continue the public hearing to June 16th passes. I'm just as a reminder, Councilmember Jacobson and Councilmember Neese, your hands are currently raised. It's good. Yes, Jake, if you can take down your, okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna try my best because this is where we're gonna have a lot of questions, I'm sure, okay? So the goal tonight is to provide feedback and direction to staff so that a final TIP can be brought back to the council for approval next month, basically June 16th at this point. Before we discuss the individual projects, I believe Patrick will provide an overview of the TIP process. Afterwards, council members can ask questions about that particular overview. Next, we'll have the city's interim finance director, Matt Mornick, present information about the street fund and the funding of the TIP projects, basically going through Exhibit 2. Afterwards, the city council members can ask him questions about his presentation. Finally, we will then delve into the individual projects. And to help the public and the members of the council follow the discussion, I am asking that the staff and council members refer to a project by its project number. By doing so, it will allow folks to quickly find the project that is being discussed on Exhibit 1 and on Exhibit 3. And to avoid jumping around too much, which can be frustrating, I've spoken with staff and they believe that it would make the most sense and be most helpful to them if when we get to the point of discussing individual projects that we first focus on the next biennium, which is 2021, 2022, and then have a discussion on regarding the other projects during the outlier or out 4-year period. So with that as a backdrop and sort of as the way forward, and I'm going to ask Patrick Yamashita to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Wong. I want to start with just a little bit of background. As the city manager mentioned, the TIP needs to be adopted and forwarded to the state and Puget Sound Regional Council every year by July 1st. The goals of the TIP are sort of threefold. First, the focus is to preserve and reinvest in our existing infrastructure. That means the things that we already have. It's kind of like when we own a house. We want to make sure that we're maintaining what we have, the roof, the exterior, the paint, maybe replacing our appliances before we make large expenditures on sort of the extra stuff. Maybe you're thinking about adding on to your house or doing some major renovation. We always want to make sure that we have enough money to maintain what we have first. Now, the second goal is to add new facilities, either to increase safety or capacity. Usually safety improvements are related to pedestrian facilities or bicycle facilities. Capacity projects usually are more related to vehicle transportation. It could be signalizing an intersection, adding vehicle lanes on an arterial street, things like that. And looking at both of those goals, we, in the end, need to maintain our positive street fund balance. We need to make sure that we have enough money to pay for the projects that are in the TIP. In terms of funding, the funding for the TIP comes mostly from the street fund. The interim finance director is going to talk a little bit more about that in a few moments. Sometimes we are able to get grants. I think the last grant we were able to secure was for some sidewalk improvements on Southeast 40th near Northwood Elementary School. And then utility funds. When we have city utility infrastructure improvements that are related to the roadway projects, for example, if the roadway needs drainage improvements, those improvements are funded by that particular utility and it does not come out of the street fund. And then finally, there are no general fund dollars in the TIP or the street fund. As a few people have mentioned already, the TIP is very dynamic. Things change from year to year. Needs arise, issues come up. And so that's one reason why the TIP is updated annually. And as the city manager mentioned earlier, the TIP is a plan. It can change from year to year. But my encouragement to you, as I usually mention during these presentations, is that the most important part of the TIP as you look at the plan, is the first 2 years, the biennium. The reason for that is that the biennium is what gets rolled into the CIP, which is part of the budget process that you're going to go through later on this year. So the projects in the first 2 years ultimately will become formalized and budgeted in the budget process. But the out 4 years, those are more dynamic and can change from year to year, however you want to do that. So I just want to provide you with a little bit of an overview. We only have 7 additional slides. I'm going to cover how we prioritize TIP projects in general, talk a little bit about program elements within the TIP. Then I'm going to stop and just open it up for any general questions the council might have related to what I've already talked about. Then I'll hand off to the interim finance director.
Hey, Patrick. Patrick, if I could interrupt you, we're losing your audio. It's kind of coming in and out.
Okay. I'll try to speak louder. Maybe that will help. After the interim finance director's presentation on 2 slides, we will shift gears and just wrap up with a couple of comments from the public works director related to why some projects are delayed, and then just next steps in the process. In terms of the agenda bill, there's a lot of information contained in the agenda bill and the exhibits. I want to direct your attention to 3 specific exhibits. They are all related to the TIP projects. First is Exhibit 1, and that's the spreadsheet that lists all of the projects. Now, there are a couple of columns that I want you to pay attention to. First, towards the left side, there's a status column. The status either is left blank, which means there's been no change to the project since last year. It may say new, which means it's a new project, or it will either say modified or delayed. Modified means the project has been modified. Delayed means the project may have been pushed out a year or 2. And then secondly, if you look at the 3rd column, it says project manager. And that identifies who the project manager is, at least tentatively, for the project. For most of the projects in the upper half of the page, it's the street engineer, Clint Morris. As you look down, especially in section B, most of those say vacant. And the public works director is going to talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes as well. Now, if you go on to Exhibit 3, that's a written project description for each of the projects listed in the TIP. It provides you with a little bit more information about each of the projects. And then finally, Exhibit 4 is the project map. It just shows graphically where the different projects are located. The solid lines identify transportation projects, and the dashed lines indicate pedestrian and bicycle facilities projects. And then each color reflects a different year within the 6-year TIP. In terms of TIP prioritization, if you were to go to our comprehensive plan and our CIP budget policies, what it says is that the first priority is to reinvest in public health and constructing new facilities. So reinvestment projects, essentially, if you look at the TIP Exhibit 1, there are 2 main sections.
Patrick, we're losing your audio again. Possibly, maybe turning your head less. I don't know. It cuts out when you seem to turn. So let's try straight on. There we go.
All right. So reinvestment projects are listed in Exhibit 1 as Section A. Those are basically repaving of residential streets or neighborhood streets and repaving of arterial streets. Arterial streets are our main streets. They usually have a centerline stripe. That's where most vehicles travel. When it comes to these projects, the prioritization of these projects is made mainly based on pavement condition. We do something called a pavement condition index. Every 3 years, we look at the condition of every street, every public street on Mercer Island, and assess how quickly the roadway is wearing or degrading. Some roadways degrade faster than others. So when we do this on a 3-year cycle, it gives us a good sense for how rapidly a roadway is degrading and which streets we need to focus on sooner than later. Now, new construction, that's section B. Those projects are often prioritized based on a combination of factors. First is staff knowledge or analysis of a situation that needs a corrective measure. Sometimes it comes from public comments where someone, either a group or an individual, may know something about a situation that staff isn't aware of. We investigate those things and evaluate them and look at our pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan to see if what someone is proposing is consistent with that plan. And then finally, we also look at safe routes to school. We work with the school district, their transportation director, to find out if there are any gaps in their safe routes to school system. And so we work with them. And at times, if there are those gaps, we can secure grants to pay for all or a portion of the project. Now, with new construction projects, sometimes the timing may seem a little bit odd. It may be related to coordination with other projects or other situations. It could be coordination of a new sidewalk project with an arterial street project. It could be timed related to a town center redevelopment project where, and actually there's a project in the TIP proposed tonight where there's a prospective project redevelopment in the town center, and we're proposing a crosswalk, a mid-block crosswalk that many businesses and Aljoya have been asking for many years now. And so we're proposing the timing to coincide with the estimated construction date for that redevelopment project. And then finally, we also need to coordinate with underground utility improvements. A lot of times we're replacing or upgrading water mains or other utilities in neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that we repave those roadways after the utility is installed. We don't want to repave a roadway and then have the utility come in, dig everything up, and then have a nice long patch down a freshly paved roadway. And then wrapping up, the program elements, as I mentioned, are preservation and maintenance, section A, construction. And so in terms of residential streets, we have 58 miles of residential streets. And because the traffic volume on these streets is much less than arterial streets, they last a lot longer. So our cycle, average cycle, or typical cycle for repaving is 35 years.
Hey, Patrick, we're losing you again.
Shoot, I'm very sorry. I don't know what I can do. I can take off my headset and try to use the microphone on my laptop.
Patrick, let's try that.
Okay.
These headsets are causing.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to the new construction side, I just wanted to mention that there are 3 primary elements in that category: pedestrian and bicycle facilities, the East Link traffic safety mitigation related projects, and then finally other improvements, and those are typically very minor. There's only one project that is listed under that category. That's the last of my part of the presentation. Do you have any questions related to what I've already shared?
If a council member has any question, please raise your, again, not about individual projects, but again, just on what Patrick has presented. I don't see anybody raising their hands right now. So I'm going to assume.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, Councilmember Jacobson, I see your hand, and Deputy Mayor Weicker. Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
This was Celine.
Hang on. All right, Councilmember Neese, apparently you were the first, so go ahead.
Great. Patrick, just a quick question on the funding sources to the TIP. So you had said that the street fund gets its sources from the utility grants and REIT, I guess. I wanted to ask more specifically about the Sound Transit East Link mitigation projects. Are those not getting some funding that would be reimbursed through the settlement agreement? And if so, doesn't that explain why they're in the 21, 22, 23, 24? Because the settlement agreement has some deadlines related to it?
Councilmember Neese, yes and yes, you're correct. I was in error in not mentioning the Sound Transit Settlement Funds. All the projects that are shown within that category are funded through those funds, I think on a reimbursement basis.
And 2025 being the final year of?
Yes.
Okay.
I do want to clarify though that utility funds are not included in the street fund, but utility funds pay for the utility work related to the transportation projects. Just a little bit of a nuance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Yes, I have somewhere in my study of this, I came across a 2013 graphic, Patrick, which showed the relative or the condition by the standard that you measure it against for all of the streets. Is that graphic been updated? Or do I need to send it to you if I can find it again?
You're probably referring to the pavement condition index.
Yes.
And there's a brief discussion in the agenda bill on pages, I believe, 7 and 8. And it just talks about how our overall rating has changed over the years very, very slightly, but nothing that is very significant or measurable.
The reason I'm asking is I get questions from constituents. Our road is wearing out, and I would certainly like to be able to say, well, let me see here. It's rated as good, or it's rated as bad, or something like that. And as I said, I'll see if I can find
I see.
2013 graphic that plotted all the streets on Mercer Island and color coding of the 5 or 6 categories of the pavement index rates them on. I just want to know if it's been updated.
I do recall now what you're referring to. It's a map of the island that shows the pavement condition rating for every street based on color code or number. Right. We just updated our pavement condition index late last year. So we either have an updated map or are in the process of updating that map. Once that's done, we will post it on our website and we can forward you a copy as well.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Right. So, Patrick, thanks for all this information and for the benefit of folks listening to. I just wanted to reiterate Salim's point that the settlement funds for those East Link mitigation projects are key and on a timeline, which is why they might be first for some other projects. And then the residential street overlay that Jake was referring to, as projects come up with our partner utilities and the water utilities and other utilities that do upgrades too, we try to be in sync. And so I don't know if you want to go into greater detail about that, but it's optimal when we can do street overlays and street improvements while some other utilities open up the roads because they pay part of the resurfacing and part of the improvements in that regard. So we don't just do this alone, we do this in partnership with other projects that are happening outside of our regular street work.
Yes, we all do our best to coordinate with other utilities so we can be smart about the dollars we spend and the impacts on our residents. And in the end, we want a good final product in the right order.
And there's a method to your madness, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't see any other questions at this point. And so I guess, Matt, and you want to go ahead and start your presentation?
Okay. Can I add one thing before Matt starts? I just wanted to mention that as the City Council starts to look at specific projects, as you get to the 77th Avenue project and the Mercer Way shoulder projects, we have a couple more slides with additional information specific to those projects. So I'd be happy to provide that information at the time.
Okay.
Very good. Good evening, Council. This is Matt Mornick, your Interim Finance Director. I'm going to continue on slide 6 and talk a little bit about funding how we fund the TIP, and it is primarily supported with street fund revenues. Staff has accounted for the transportation-related work that we have slated to complete in 2020, as well as the economic contraction resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. With that in mind, as of today, we are forecasting a beginning fund balance in the street fund of $5 million at the beginning of 2021. And as Patrick mentioned, there are no general fund dollars associated with the work that we're doing in the transportation improvement plan. Between state law and city policies, street fund revenues come with restrictions. And what that means is that the resources that are in the street fund have to be directed towards transportation-related projects. And so once the transportation projects that we are proposing are approved by council, staff will use the most restrictive revenues before other less restrictive revenues. Next slide. We realized significant impacts to the street fund in 2020, primarily due to the passage of Initiative 976. Initiative 976 passed in the November 2019 election, and it essentially removed the authority to impose state and local fees relating to vehicles, and also put a cap on the annual vehicle licensing fees at $30. And so in the fall, an injunction stopped I-976 from taking effect. It has been in the courts, and it is currently at the state Supreme Court. On April 29th, the state Supreme Court agreed to hear the case. Briefs were submitted on May 15th, and oral arguments are anticipated this spring. Staff has continued receiving revenues from the Transportation Benefit District, our local Transportation Benefit District, but we have deferred those revenues because we have to assume that they're going to go back to the state pending the court's decision. And so we are anticipating a 14% annual revenue loss in the street fund in 2020, and that will carry on here forward. This ongoing revenue loss has really forced us to focus our efforts on ensuring adequate resources in place to further the preservation and maintenance work to our existing infrastructure that has been outlined in the proposed TIP. Next slide. So I'm happy to pass this over to my colleague, Public Works Director Jason Kittner. And then we'll have times after he presents for questions.
Good evening, Council. As has been mentioned tonight, we prioritized the TIP based off of reinvesting in our existing infrastructure. As we evaluated the TIP this year, we also tried to take a realistic approach to not only a reduction in funding and resources, but also a realistic work plan for the staff and the workforce that we had in play for the TIP. And this will be the same methodology that we use as we move forward to the capital improvement plan that will be in front of the council later this year. So with the more realistic approach, a key staff departure this past year, or actually upcoming at the end of the month, has impacted the street projects that are in front of you tonight. As Patrick mentioned earlier, you see a lot of projects with a vacant project manager next to it. And those are projects that in the past would have been completed by our assistant city engineer, who is retiring at the end of May. Additionally, we've had a vacant transportation engineer position that has been a subsequent elimination of the position due to the COVID pandemic as well. So we recruited for that position a handful of times unsuccessfully, and then due to the financial resources within the organization, we've decided to eliminate that position at this point in time. So we've had some significant workforce reductions that leaves some vacancies within the Public Works Department to accomplish this TIP and projects identified. Again, we're trying to take a realistic approach in how we do business and be mindful of those reduced staff resources. So just to close out tonight, we've had the public hearing. Tonight is all about hearing feedback from the council Again, the adoption is scheduled for June 16th, and it's statutory requirement to adopt it by July 1st. I'll remind the council again, the TIP is a plan. This feeds into the capital reinvestment program that'll be in front of the council later this year, and that it is a dynamic plan and things can change. It's updated annually, and there'll be multiple bites of the apple for council to continue to weigh in on projects, especially in the out years as we move forward. With that, we'll pass it back to Mayor Wong for council discussion and questions.
Thank you. Again, before we go to individual projects, if there's any questions regarding what you've heard so far from our interim finance director, from our public works department, or from Patrick, please raise your hand at this point. Otherwise, we'll start delving into the individual projects. Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up. I don't know if that's from prior. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, Patrick, I noticed when, excuse me, when moving through the materials, there were a couple of projects that they were referenced because they were public demand or some term to that effect, that basically public comment was influencing the prioritization. Can you comment a little bit on how you take that into account and what your sources are for public comment in order to ensure a scientific sample, if you will?
We receive public comments from a variety of sources. It can be through our website, through the TIP page. It can be through Let's Talk. It can be through email, rarely by mail now, regular mail, but sometimes by phone as well. And so those are the primary ways that we get those public comments. And it's usually through our TIP public comment period. Usually the public comment period is for 2 weeks. This year it was for the second half of March. And that was just when COVID was starting up. So then we extended that public comment period up until today. The way that we look at those public comments is that we receive the comment, we get it, try to understand what the comment is recommending or what the issue is. If it is capital project in nature, meaning an infrastructure improvement, then we start looking at it from a TIP perspective. We look at our pedestrian and bicycle facility plan if the request is related to pedestrians or bicycle facilities, and and determine whether or not it is whether it's consistent with that plan. If it is not consistent, or if there's not a similar need reflected in the plan, then we may determine that it's not something that is necessary to propose in the TIP. We also, as I mentioned in my presentation, we look at whether or not the facility might be part of a safe route to a school. And if that's the case, that is something that we look at further to determine what the scope of a potential project, the need in terms of who it will serve. Will it just serve school kids, or is there a broader need in a neighborhood that would benefit? Are there other pedestrian generators, meaning are there other facilities in that corridor that would generate pedestrians that could use a new facility? So those are some of the things that we look at.
Can I, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, go ahead.
The council last year made some fairly substantial revisions to the comprehensive plan to strengthen our commitment to multimodal transportation. And I just wonder, what extent does the city engineer or other staff review that, or do you view that as a responsibility of the council to decide the priority with consideration of what the comp plan says?
It is something that staff does consider. Oftentimes, the comp plan is provides the overall overarching goal, and then more specific plans or codes and regulations provide more specific detail. For example, the pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan, or in some cases, in a specific case, actually, that you'll talk about later on tonight, 77th Avenue, there are town center development regulations that talk about what kinds of street improvements are supposed to be made on 77th Avenue Southeast specifically. But we do certainly take into consideration what the comprehensive plan says, as well as our budget policies too.
Thank you, very helpful.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, I have a question, a couple of questions, or related questions for Matt Morning, and that's what assumptions underlie how you have projected real estate excise tax and the fuel tax over the years, not only for the next biennium, but beyond?
So we have taken a look at a number of indicators. First, I'll talk about the motor vehicle fuel tax. The Transportation Secretary, Roger Miller, came out and explained that there's been approximately a 38% loss in average monthly state revenue collections from fuel taxes and tolls and other transportation-related sources. And so we've also seen traffic reduced on average in Washington 45% since the beginning of March. And so nationwide, that number is 38%. And so we've made an assumption in our forecast of the street fund that we're going to see a 38% revenue reduction from June through December in fuel tax revenues. There's a 30 to 60 day lag on when we receive those revenues, which is why we're starting our projections in June through the end of the year. REIT is real estate excise tax is one of the more volatile and resources that we receive because it's tied to swings in the economy. This proved to be a very tricky revenue source to forecast. I look back at what's happened in Mercer Island during the Great Recession, and between 2007 and 2009, total annual REIT revenues dropped by 20%. There's just a whirlwind of opinions right now about what's happening in the real estate market. There's quite a bit of optimism, but we've taken a tempered approach, and we're assuming that same 20% reduction in REIT 2 revenues June through December of this year. And so we've taken into account what's happened in the past. I've been tracking indicators within the regional real estate market. We've seen similar activity in the region since April of this year relative to 2019. We're seeing a 22% drop in pending sales. And so the 20% figure is pretty much tracking with what we're seeing in the market as of March and April of this year. And so that's what we're projecting through the end of the year.
How about my question was really more related to the future, because on real estate excise tax, that amount increases. I understand why the fuel tax declines. And all I want to know is, what factors are you using when you project out from 2021 and beyond?
Same assumptions are holding. So we're making assumptions for 2020 that carry in the forecast into 2021 and beyond. We use escalators from year to year that mirror what we've seen coming out of the Great Recession, as well as indicators of what we've seen previously that were forecasted by staff that were doing the forecast before I came. And so we're pretty confident, as confident as one can be in a completely unprecedented event, forecasting the financial impacts that we've never seen before for what's going to play out in 2020 at this point in time, based on the information that we have that will carry into 2021. But the forecast beyond 2022 is there for planning purposes more than it is for actual hard number calculations that we're holding to.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So Patrick, I just wanted to get to this notion that projects on the outer years are plans and placeholders and could fall off, just like new things can be added on earlier. So I kind of wanted to see if you wanted to address this idea of a fee in lieu for projects that are further out that may or may not happen. And I know we're going to get to that when we talk about 77th, but just as sort of a general idea about how development related to this plan sort of is important to keep in mind as you consider what to add or remove from this list. You're on mute.
Sometimes there are redevelopment projects in the town center that we have to kind of guess as to when they will actually break ground and when they will be at a stage of building certain infrastructure. Sometimes the infrastructure they are building is directly related to what we are building. In particular, the Mud Bay property, there's a project called Xinghua. They're in the design review stage right now. And the development regulations talk about the street improvements that they have to provide. And it's not gray. It's very clear what they have to provide, but there are some exceptions. And so when we talk about that project, I can go into more detail, but essentially for a project like that, if there is a larger project in the TIP, they may be able to share in the cost of that larger project instead of building a similar improvement in an isolated location as part of their project. Sometimes that makes more sense in terms of improving a whole corridor. Or sometimes we may not want to have the improvement done yet. And it buys the city council or buys staff time to figure out actually what we want on that corridor instead of maybe what's in the code.
And the same could be said for sidewalks and light rail and Gallagher Hill. Any number of projects are subject to that broader planning perspective. Not in terms of paying like a fee in lieu of the improvement. But the standards?
Like Gallagher Hill Road sidewalk project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't see any other, I do see Councilmember Jacobson's hand and Deputy Mayor Weiker's hand is still raised. Okay, down. Thank you. Okay, so I think we can now turn to the individual projects. Again, we're going to focus on the projects in the next biennium. So, Patrick and Jason, maybe should the council members have before them, I guess, exhibits 1 and 3? Would that help when you're referring to these particular projects?
Sure, that would be helpful. But what I can do is show on the screen.
Okay.
We can work with that.
Pretty hard to see, but yeah, okay. So again, we're just focused on the biennium 2021 and 2022 projects.
Correct. So Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, I can direct traffic and just walk us through project by project if you'd like, or you can do that yourself.
No, I rather, yeah, why don't you go ahead and do that? But I think it makes sense to go almost project by project.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In this biennium.
Okay. Again, we'll start with the biennium. So 2021 and 2022.
Right. And then in order to make sure that we give as clear as we can, direction to the staff, I might want to pause after each project to make sure that everybody's okay with the current status. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's start at the very top. Section A, preservation and maintenance. Residential street resurfacing, SP 100. That's really the bread and butter of our whole TIP, our whole program. We repave residential streets every year to make sure that the streets that people drive on in their neighborhoods are in good shape. So you'll see in Exhibit 1 that there is money allocated every year. It increases very slightly from year to year, and that's just for escalation.
Are there any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. There are a number of questions. I'm not sure who came first, but I'm going to ask. I apologize. Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi. One thing that I became aware of today from the massive correspondence that came in was a number of comments about the chip seal road coverage being hazardous for bike riders. This is not an issue I'm familiar with. Can you just comment, is that a widely held belief, and are there alternatives that would be safer for bike riders?
Chip seal is a method of roadway resurfacing or preservation. The chips, we use small rocks that are placed on top of the existing asphalt pavement, and in a sense, it's glued together with this asphalt emulsion. It adds a wearing course on top of the existing asphalt. What that does is extends the lifespan of the pavement. The chips or the rocks that are placed on top of that asphalt is kind of a coarse aggregate. So the roadway becomes a bit rougher than a brand new, fresh, smooth, hot mix asphalt roadway. There are some ways that we're finding that we can make that roadway a little bit smoother when we use chip seal. We found that using two different sizes of rock, I think laying down a coarser size first, and then a smaller size on top as a second layer, kind of tightens things up, and it makes that roadway surface smoother, but not as smooth as hot mix asphalt. One thing that you need to understand, though, is that the chip seals, it costs generally about a third of the cost of hot mix asphalt. The lifespan is not as long, but it allows us to repave or resurface some streets before we get into such bad shape that we have to grind up the asphalt and repave at 3 times the cost of chip seal. So that's why we do it. We started doing this during the last recession. We found that there was not enough money in our street fund to do all the work that we and the council and our citizens wanted us to do. We weren't even close. So we added tools to the toolbox. We did things like Project SP 101, Arterial Preservation Program. That's basically sealing cracks on arterial streets to keep water from going through the cracks into the subgrade of the roadway. When water gets into the subgrade, it causes the subgrade to get soft, and then the asphalt starts to crack more, and we lose the pavement. So by sealing that off, it extends the life of the roadway. That program also includes large patches on arterial streets. Rather than repaving a whole long stretch of a roadway, we've found that if we added several large patches, we could extend the life of the overall roadway for a period of time, thereby saving money.
I'm on video.
And so then similarly with chip seal, we were able to repave and extend the life of hundreds or actually thousands of feet, miles of roadway at about the third of the cost of hot mix asphalt. So again, that buys us time, extends the life of many roadways.
I mean, and is it?
We started doing that in some residential neighborhoods as a pilot project. And then from there, we went on to higher traffic volume roadways like 84th Avenue near Lake Ridge Elementary School, where there was a lot of bus traffic. We wanted to see what buses would do to a chip seal. And then we've also done several arterial streets in recent years.
And is the lifespan of the chip seal, more or less than a third of the hot mix asphalt, given that you've got a third of the cost? Sorry for my
because we've been doing this for less than 10 years, I can't say with certainty, but I do know that there's a neighborhood southeast of Mercerdale Hillside, so just north of 40th and west of Island Crest Way. That neighborhood was chip sealed in the 1980s, I believe. And we just went in 5 or 6 years ago with a hot mix overlay. So that's a lot of years in that particular neighborhood. That doesn't mean that every neighborhood with a chip seal is going to last that long, but that's 20 plus years.
And I take it you have not found an alternative that's similarly low cost, but that's a little smoother?
No, we haven't.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to actually continue on Councilmember Reynolds' train of questioning there. The objections of bicyclists to chip seal, are they during the application and some period after the application largely? Because I've ridden a lot of those chip sealed surfaces even on the ways, and they're actually very smooth after some period of time. Maybe you could speak to like the progression of that surface.
Yes, thanks for the question. So once a roadway is chip sealed, there's a period of time when these little rocks kind of shed off the roadway surface, and so it's gravel. And so as part of the project, the contractor has to, on a pretty regular basis, sweep up that loose gravel. And it may shed from time to time over the course of a year or so. But as cars drive over those surfaces, the chips get compacted. And over time, that roadway surface does become more and more smooth, as you've found, Councilmember Neese. And so it does take some time for the roadway to smooth out a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a couple of questions and comments. Thank you, Patrick, very much for this. I actually was lucky enough to be able to observe a chip seal process last spring in a ride along. And my understanding is actually that it does kind of give up gravel in the initial weeks, but ultimately smooths out. And I commend you for coming up with this much lower cost alternative to keeping the streets in good repair. I had some specific questions. Well, just a specific question about the SP 100. And that is in, if you look at the bullet points in Exhibit 3, bullet point number 2 talks about repaving in Madrona Crest West in 2022. And bullet point 4 talks about repaving in 2024 in Madrona Crest East. And Madrona Crest West, of course, has had a water main project. So I get it that the pavement's chopped up, but Madrona Crest East is in apparently much worse repair. So my question is kind of twofold, is how do you prioritize these, and would it make sense to combine them into some sort of a 2023 project to do a bigger project all at once?
That's a great question. Sometimes we do combine projects when we know the timing of both projects will stand still and there we feel like there's an economy of scale to be gained. At other times, there might be, for example, for this Madrona Crest East neighborhood, there's a water main replacement project that's scheduled just prior to the repaving. 2022 for the water main, I believe, and 2024 for the paving. Sometimes a project timeframe may slip, for example, for the water main. And we often want to make sure that the water main work or other utility work is done for sure before we do our repaving. If you want more specifics about those projects, I can have the street engineer chime in.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little more detail. It was something that just kind of jumped out at me when I was reading the whole memo. So thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So
you are there
regarding SP 100. If not, I guess I can. It's kind of tough to do.
Yeah, I'm here, Patrick.
What was that?
For the record, I'm Morris, the street engineer. Hear me?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
That's Clint Morris,
okay.
the street engineer.
Oh, okay. You want to respond or?
So Patrick's answer is pretty good. We want to have a little bit of room between a utility project and a paving project in case there's a little bit of change in the timing of that utility work.
Okay. And that's directed at Councilmember Anderall's questioning, I guess, regarding the timing of the.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And you know, again, I guess maybe because I can't see anybody at this point because it's a shared screen. I suppose if anybody has a major problem with SP 100 as it pertains to 2021, 2022, I guess, can you voice that concern? Otherwise, I think we'll just go ahead and move on to the next project. Okay. Patrick, yes, continue the roadshow here.
Okay, the next project is SP 101. That's under the arterial street improvement category, and it's for the arterial preservation program. That's the program that I just described that includes sealing of roadway cracks on arterial streets and large patches on those same roadways. It's something that we want to do every year. It's a relatively small dollar amount, but the benefit is significant by extending the life of longer stretches of roadway.
Okay, does anybody have any questions regarding SP 101? Councilman Reynolds, your hand is still up. I don't know if that needs to come down or if you have a question. Councilman Reynolds. Councilman Reynolds, you're on mute. Okay. Councilmember Jacobson. You're also on mute right now.
No, I'm not any longer. Got it. Patrick, one question in terms of SP 101. Do you loop those into, are they combined into a single contract, or do you do that with city forces, or do you do a small works roster? What's the contracting methodology on that?
For this relatively small size of project, Clint often adds that to another arterial street improvement project or part of his residential street work for the year. That way we get a better economy of scale, better bids.
Thank you.
Again, if anybody has a major issue with this particular project in 2021, 2022, please say so now. Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and move on, Patrick.
Okay, moving on. Project SP 102, program for 2021. It's the East Mercer Way, Southeast 53rd to 68th Street resurfacing project. It's based on pavement condition, just like all of the other projects within this arterial street improvement category.
Councilmember Jacobson. Okay, no hands are raised on this one. So again, I assume we can proceed. I think it's, unless somebody has a problem with it. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, SP 103, Southeast 68th and Southeast 70th Place from Island Crest to East Mercer Way. It's another resurfacing project, and it's programmed or proposed for 2022.
I'm not seeing any hands raised at this point. Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, moving down to section B under pedestrian and bicycle facilities. Project SP 114, West Mercer Way, Roadside Shoulders, Phase 3. That's from Southeast 65th to Southeast 70th Street, program for 2022.
1 second, I just want to make sure I have my stuff here.
What I'd like to do is just quickly show you this slide. It just shows the Mercer Way shoulder development. And this map or graphic is shown in Exhibit 5. It shows our progress on the Mercer Way shoulders. The green and yellowish orange are segments that have already been done. The red are segments that have no facilities and that we have plans to do. If you look at this green stretch here, our street engineer just repaved that area, or paved a shoulder actually earlier in 2020. He finished just before the stay-at-home order. Now in 2022, we show the project that I just mentioned as SP 114, I think. And then in 2024, we have a stretch on East Mercer Way. I understand that this is outside of the biennium, but I just want to give a little context. And then there's a final segment that is outside of the 6-year period. That's at the very south tip. And that we anticipate would be programmed for 2027. Now, there was a public comment that requested to kind of flip-flop the project at the very south tip with, I think, this stretch on East Mercer Way. The comment was related to sort of a sharper blind corner along East Mercer Way that impacts visibility. And so their preference was for us to do that ahead of the project right up on East Mercer Way to the north. And so from a staff perspective, that's fine with us. And that's really good information. It's exactly the kind of information that's helpful for us when the public, especially in this case, bicyclists, tell us what they're experiencing.
Benson, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, Councilmember Nice. Yes.
Patrick, in the same vein, I ride that stretch of roadway with my 4.875-year-old. He's almost 5. I find that when we get to the south tip of that island, there's very little road traffic because you are on the southmost tip of the island and there's very few people there. So I kind of understood your sequencing with 2022 because as you get to that section, I can't read it, it says phase 1 maybe, phase 3, that's proposed in 2022, there's more traffic in that area. And as a bicyclist, especially someone with a young child, I want more space for the bicycle to be off of the road deck. So even though somebody says anecdotally, you know, there's a curve and a ditch, how do you take into account science and traffic volumes and all the things that we should take into account that look like they were already taken into account with the sequencing? Why would we flip-flop it just based on 1 or 2 comments?
What we are not proposing is flip-flopping with that project in 2022 on West Mercer Way. We already know that that stretch is a gap in the system on West Mercer Way. That stretch is also in the vicinity of neighborhoods like Lakeview Highlands. There's a lot of activity in that area. So we would want to still build the shoulder on West Mercer Way in 2022.
Oh, my apologies. I thought I heard you say, based on that comment, you were interested in just flipping them.
What we are okay with doing is flip-flopping the 2024 project with the project at the very south tip that is not in the TIP currently. Because 2027 is outside of the 6-year time frame.
I see. I understand. Okay. Thank you.
Patrick, can I ask about that 2027 proposed project? I mean, is that comparable in scope as the 2024?
Yes, in terms of overall length for the improvement, it's about the same. I talked to the street engineer earlier today and asked him that question. Would the budget be about the same? And he said, yes.
And as a follow-up, can you explain the rationale why you have it the way you have it now? I mean, there must have been a reason why you have the south tip at 2027 potentially.
I think it's primarily related to the traffic volume, but to get a better answer, I'm going to defer to the street engineer. Clint?
Yes, I'm here, Patrick. That's correct. The traffic is the lowest on the very south end of the island. So that's why we were working our way south and kind of holding that southern tip for the end.
Okay, I also cycle around the island, and there isn't that much traffic when I go around. So, okay. Anybody else have any other questions regarding SP 113, SP 114? I don't see anybody else's hands. Councilmember Neese, I assume that your hand is probably going to be
going down.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Okay. Patrick, go ahead to the next project.
Okay, let's move down a few lines to SP 118. That's the ADA, or Americans with Disability Act Compliance Plan implementation. It's an every other year project or program, relatively small amount. And the intent is to design and construct spot improvements to pedestrian facilities, I think primarily wheelchair ramps on corners, to make sure that we're complying with the current standards. So it's, in this particular case, it's something that we are mandated to do.
Councilmember Anderall. Councilmember Anderall, you're still muted.
Of course, I'm speaking on mute. It's what everybody does. But do we have site-specific locations on this? And is there a process to try to coordinate these improvements with existing construction or projects?
I'll answer part of the question and then I'll hand off to the assistant city engineer for the rest. In terms of like coordinating with other projects, we will or do that when there are similar projects. So it's similar types of work, so same kind of general or subcontractor. In terms of specific locations, I'll have Anne, our assistant city engineer, respond to that.
Good evening, City Council, and I hope you can hear me. Ann Tanella Howe, the Assistant City Engineer. It's kind of a double-edged sword answer. We do have some site-specific locations in the town center. We, about a year, maybe about 2 years ago, we did a pretty thorough analysis of missing or needed improvements in the town center to address ADA compliance. But we don't really have that same level of priority identified for the rest of the island. So we do have places to spend that money. It's not a lot of money, but it can manage to address maybe a couple of curb ramps in like a town center environment. Patrick was saying that we focus mostly on curb ramp repair or reconstruction, but this money can also be used for bringing traffic signal push buttons into compliance, which is another mandated part of the ADA system that we need to pay attention to.
Council, I would also add, you recall that we had slated, before the COVID pandemic, we had slated to complete the ADA transition plan for the organization. And it is, although that work has been delayed because of the pandemic, it is still in our intent to complete at some point in time in the future. And when we do that, we will likely have a number of locations that need improvements that this funding could be used for as well.
Great.
Jason, can I ask
a follow-up question? Is this?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, Mayor.
No.
Well, the follow-up question was just with regard to the next project, SP 121, and given that mid-block crosswalk is connected with Aljoya and people with mobility issues, is there some sort of cross-pollination that can happen with those two projects, or just?
Yeah, so I think the short answer is, yeah, you could potentially combine those two projects into one line item. and one project for 2022 because there's some similarities there. So we could show 2022 as a larger dollar amount. The 253 that you see itemized there is the proposed improvements near Aljoya is referring to. So we can combine those two projects and increase the dollar amount just on one line item for 2022.
There might be
Thank
further.
you.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
Are we on 121 yet?
No, we're still, actually, we're talking about 118.
Okay. When 121 comes, I've got something to say.
Okay. Speaking of 118, I just had a quick question for Jason. So this process, it sounds like we thought about retaining a consultant. We haven't done that. And so how are these particular projects being identified now?
So as Ann mentioned, we have a number of projects. We have an inventory that was completed in the town center already, where we have a number of projects that need to be completed based off of that preliminary inventory. What I was saying is when we do complete the transition plan, there will be additional sites that will be needed as well.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, okay, for that clarification, okay. I don't see anybody raising their hands relative to SP 118, so I think that's okay, I assume. Unless my assumption is wrong, please stop me. SP 120, is that the next project?
SP 121. That's mid-block crosswalk on 76th Avenue Southeast between Southeast 24th and Southeast 27th Street.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Roadway.
Okay, got it.
That doesn't have a mid-block crosswalk. It is just south of Aljoya, and it is directly adjacent to the Rose Hour property. It appears that that property may be in the process of undergoing redevelopment. They're in the very preliminary stages, but this project in the TIP, we're proposing as a bit of a kind of a plan ahead project. The crosswalk is going to be right at the frontage of this project if they move forward. And we wanted to make sure that we had a project in the TIP so the developer could share in their fair share of the project. If we don't have such a project, then we don't have anything to work with the developer. And it's not something that we could tell them, we don't have a crosswalk here, but you need to build one. But if it's in our TIP and if their project is impacting that potential project, then we can work with them and they can, as part of their project, either build a portion of it, the portion on their side of the street, or maybe they pay their share and we build it all. And so that's why it's in the TIP. But to give you a little bit of history, the folks at Aljoya, the management at Aljoya have been reaching out to the city for many years, requesting a mid-block crosswalk. Additionally, there have been other businesses and residents in the downtown area asking for the same thing. And for us, it's been challenging, actually resource-wise, being able to take a look at this, but we have been able to take a look enough to get a sense for the best location on this curve. The issue is that the visibility is not the greatest, so we're trying to find the location on this curve that has the best visibility and then design a crosswalk that provides additional protections. So it would have what we call a center refuge island. So people can walk halfway across the street and then there is a median that protects them, and then they can make the rest of the walk across the other lane when traffic clears. So that's basically the project. And I've shown it in 2022 because that's my best guess today in terms of the timing of when that potential redevelopment project might be constructing their sidewalks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Is the Rose Hour building that you're talking about, is that strip mall that runs west to east off of 76th?
Yes, it is. It's directly south of Aljoya and north of the Mercer Phase 2 and north of the Starbucks with the drive-through.
Well, given, I'm not aware, or at least times I talk to the people at CPT, is not aware that there's anything other than a lot of talk about that. And so I'm wondering, because of a couple of things. Number one, that the traffic there, I'm told, and from very casual observation, has increased, as to say east-west traffic across 76, because Aegis is up the hill in that somewhat aligned with Aljoya. So you have more people going to Starbucks or, from going west to east and that sort of thing. And I'm wondering, from safety reasons, if we wouldn't think, at least in the interim, about putting in one of those lighted crosswalks, which aren't very expensive, so that people can press a button, so somebody rolling around that curve, particularly northbound on 76th off of 27th, at least has some warning that there's somebody wandering around out in that area, and just do a cheap and dirty crosswalk at this point in time, even if we weren't able to do the curb cuts. And I don't know whether there's electrical utility on or connected, but it's something that I think we ought to be looking at, because I think we have a dangerous situation there.
And we also have liability if we move too fast.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, so Jake, in response to your let's do a quick and dirty thing, I think there's some liability concerns if we move too quickly without doing the thorough vetting. And I think our city engineer or attorney could speak to that. I've heard that before. And then Patrick, my question to you is, these projects are in 2022-21, but the staff positions are vacant. You said earlier that we may or may not have the resources. So do we kind of wait and see how this comes together and hold it? And if we don't end up spending the money, it saves for down the road, or we can move it to more street surfacing? Or how do you see balancing this in the next biennium if we don't have the staffing and the projects don't come together, the building doesn't get built?
If the stars don't align, meaning that the project doesn't commence at all or within the time frame that we're guessing at right now, or we're not able to hire the right staff person with the right experience, then we probably would propose carrying that money over or rebudgeting it to a future year. Because especially if we don't have the resource, we can't do it.
If I could chime in real quick here. I'm not sure my video is coming up, but Jason may wish to comment as well. I want the council to understand that it's our intent upon adoption of the TIP and certainly the CIP in the future to make sure we're properly resourced. We just happen to be in a moment of time where our assistant city engineer is retiring, and we have not yet filled that seat. So Jason Kittner and I and Ali Speets, we do just need a little more time as we work through all of the staffing changes that have resulted from the pandemic, and certainly the announcement of the retirement of our assistant city engineer. So going forward, we plan to fill positions to do projects. We're not in that, we don't know who or what at this moment tonight.
The other thing I'll just add to that comment is we also have to prioritize the capital projects with the rest of the street projects with the rest of the capital projects as well. There are a number of other competing needs out there. And so, as Patrick said, we will make sure that we balance it accordingly. As if we don't have the staff resources, it'll move as needed.
Any follow-up question, Deputy Mayor?
I have a follow-up question.
Well, Councilmember Neese is up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Neese, do you still have a question?
I do. So what I wanted to ask is that the 253-704 for SP 121, that does not reflect, does that reflect any cost share from a future potential development? Or is that the full cost of the project?
Currently, that's the estimated full cost of the project. And what that allows us to build the crosswalk if we feel the need, even if that redevelopment project does not go forward. We want to make sure that we can build it because there is a need.
Yeah, I understand. And so did I also understand that some of the 104, 600 in 118, SP 118 could be applied to the 253, 704?
Yes, if that's the council's wish.
Okay. Would it be possible to, because one project to manage is easier than two projects to manage, would it be possible to combine the two and then move them to 2021 with the understanding that that is somewhat aspirational, but it reflects the fact that this has been a project that has been discussed by the community for a long, long time. It's a public safety issue. It's on that high-speed corner, which we all know traffic speeds in that area of town center are some of the highest and some of the highest volumes. Could we move that to 2021 with any hope that we would begin that project in 2021, or is that not enough time?
In my opinion, as city engineer, just looking at the vacancy and the workload and the pandemic, I don't want to overpromise on this one. I don't think it's possible.
And speaking of the vacancy in the TIP, that was last before the council, before the initiative that took away the public, the tabs and everything, we used to have a line item that had capital project management, which was like an outsourced line, right? We would outsource some managements or overhead of capital projects. Is that my understanding?
That was it. Those were actually capital project management costs that were internal. And that'll be reflected in the operating budget for public works.
Could we not have external capital management costs and apply them to a project?
We often have, we often hire consultants to do much of our design work, but the management of the project and the consultant still remains in-house. Sometimes that management effort with the in-house staff is very heavy. Other times it's not as heavy. So it may depend on the nature of the project or the consulting firm or the individual from the consulting firm that's doing the work. Sometimes we need to really look over their shoulder a lot, and it's not always that beneficial to do it with a consultant.
Okay, so I'll stop there, but Mayor, I would just ask, what is the process going to be to try and get council support to move a project from, A to B?
Sure, and Councilmember Neese, I was trying to take notes. So you're suggesting the possible combining of two projects. I just want to make sure I got the right numbers on
Yeah,
this.
that's right. So the combination of SP 118 and SP 121, and then the move to 2021, understanding that it's just in the same biennium, but it puts it to the front side.
Yeah.
And with the intention of using some of the dollars to hire an external management component because we have vacancies to see if we can fulfill the project.
Okay. And that seems to be consistent or similar to what Councilmember Anderall proposed. Is that right? I mean, the combination of those two particular projects.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Okay.
Could I jump in here?
I just want to clarify. I don't know if I proposed it. I asked if it was feasible because they were related, but I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but I don't think we're making that decision right now.
No, that was just an idea. Okay. All right.
Mayor Wong,
yes.
I have a couple thoughts here. Certainly, as we meet to talk about how to address these staffing vacancies, Jason Kittner and I will most certainly consider where we might need to plug in consultants to support us during this transition. So that is an option. I don't want to commit to staff or consultant tonight, but I have a thought, Patrick. If we move these projects ahead to 2021, it could simply mean that we are starting design, sometime towards the end of 2021, and we're still in construction in 2022. Or if we just can't get the project done, there's another material delay for reasons outside of our control, we come back to the council and explain that. With that type of compromise, I think you're right to assume that we will be hard pressed to be in go mode by January 1 of 2021 on those projects, but is there a happy medium here where we're starting design later in the year?
We also haven't gotten to the end of the list.
Yeah.
We will in a second, but to me, I mean, if we move it to 2021 and things don't, the stars don't align for some reason, I mean, this tip will be back with us next year. At that point, it can, we can adjust it. But we're still within the same biennium, which I think.
Yeah, and so for the record, I called it aspirational. Knowing that if we have it in the same biennium, it's probably a project that spans the years, but gets started a little earlier.
Right. It's probably an impact that really doesn't. I mean, as long as it stays in the same biennium, I think I'm not terribly bothered by moving it up. Can I ask one quick question? I know, Patrick, you have no way of really knowing, because I heard about the potential development of this Mercer property, but you have no way of knowing what kind of dollar amount that they would be required to pay towards this project, or do you have kind of a range?
No, I don't have anything like that at this point, but it's essentially building a wheelchair ramp on their side of the street, adding a post for the flashing light, and sharing in the cost of the work in the center of the road for the refuge island or the median.
And is this based on the impact fees that they would be charged?
No, I don't want to complicate it too much, but it's related to the impact from their driveway and its proximity to the crosswalk.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So Mayor Wong, I guess before we move on from this discussion, I do want to, this is a moment, I don't want to come back to this. So if the council desires or supports Councilmember Neese's suggestion, and Patrick can agree that it might be aspirational, I'd like to have some consensus that the council is okay moving this project forward a year. I'm mindful though that I'm leaping ahead again of Patrick and Jason, so please chime in if you don't support that. But this is one of those items that we can capture to inform the final draft that'll come back on June 16th.
So before we get to that, can we hear about?
One second before. The problem I'm having, Deputy Mayor, you'll be next. But the problem I'm having is right now, people need to raise their hands, and I don't see anything on my screen other than.
I raised my hand quite a while ago.
Okay, all right. So let's finish up with Deputy Mayor, and then we'll go to you, Councilor Jacobson.
But maybe if Patrick could just stop sharing his screen for 1 minute, then Mayor Wong could see all the raised hands.
You can do that through the view of.
All right, well, that's helpful. I mean, here. All right, so go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so I may or may not be supportive of moving this project forward. It depends on the rest of the projects on the list. And again, I'm concerned about not having the staffing resources and making sure that the other projects that are absolutely critical get the full attention and resources they need. So before we decide whether or not to move this whole project forward or part of it forward, or whether to combine it with the ADA work or subcomponent, I'd like to hear the rest of the conversation and project scope, especially since some of them look like they're high dollar values in really high traffic areas.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, I am very supportive of what my colleague Neese has suggested, because I think in this time we're going to be doing a lot of balls in the air and doing things that we can accomplish in maybe ways that aren't usual. But I also say doing nothing is not a good idea. The city's got a bunch of liability on this one. It's a dangerous intersection, and this city's been on notice for years about this. And so if something happens there and we haven't done anything about it, with all due respect to the deputy mayor, we're more at risk for not doing it than we are for doing it.
Councilmember Anderall?
Thanks. Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree with my colleague, Councilmember Jacobson, because it's not a crosswalk right now. And so I think doing something badly might put us at more risk than doing something right, because right now nobody's authorized to cross there. And I don't like that I have to say that, because I'm very sympathetic with the constituents who have vested interest, the stakeholders who want to cross there. But just to kind of, level set that two different attorneys could have two different ideas about what the legal risks are, and still go out for coffee afterwards. But I think it would be good if, you know, staff knew that there was a certain level of interest in this. I agree that we shouldn't prioritize it right now until we've heard all of the projects. Staff's going to have 4 weeks to look at everything and judge the level of enthusiasm for all of the projects and prioritizations. But, you know, honestly, if we can combine the crosswalk project with some of the ADA projects and kind of kill two birds with one stone, and if it's possible to move it up, I would definitely be in favor of it. I don't necessarily want this to be, you know, the number one priority, though. I mean, I want staff to have latitude to, you know, to look with our input at appropriate prioritizations and staffing levels and budget.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else's hand. I'll just chime in that you know, I've heard for years about the need for some sort of crosswalk by not only people from Aljoya, but frankly, everybody that's around there. And there are more people now living in that area. So I'm okay with moving 121 up to 2021 with the realization that, yes, it could very well be aspirational given our constraints that we have. I guess I will, I'm not sure about the need to move the entire $104,600 in 118 to 2021. I wasn't sure if that was really being proposed. So you know, maybe a portion, I guess, but I'm not sure why we would need to move the entire amount over to 2021. So to help the staff, I guess, let's just take SP 121 right now. Is there general thumbs up, thumbs down to move it to 2021? Who wants to move it to 2021? I see 1, 2, 3, 4 thumbs. So, okay, we can move that. And then as far as 118, do we need to move the entire $104,000 to 2021? Is there thumbs up for moving the entire amount to 2021?
So, Mayor, I think the question there was, since it was granted money, we couldn't necessarily use 100% of it. I think staff would need to just decide.
Okay. And again, that the remaining amount would obviously just be carried forward. Okay. With that comment, do we have thumbs up to moving the $104,600 into 2021? I see 1, 2.
Jake, your finger's off the page. Put it on the camera. There you go.
Oh, there. Okay. Jeez. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move it up. Okay. So we have 4 there. Okay. So that'll be moved over to 2021 as well. Okay. All right. So now I think we've resolved those 2 projects. Go ahead, Patrick. Where are we now?
Can I get a clarification? It sounded like for project 121, the mid-block crosswalk, that
yes,
the hope is that we would start the design project by the end of 2021.
We recognize the constraints in terms of staffing. And so, yes, if you can start, terrific. In terms of design, that's terrific. Okay.
By the end of 2021.
Yeah.
I ask is that I've already asked our street engineer to do 2 more projects in 2021.
Well, we understand this could be very aspirational. So, but it underscores the importance that I think a number of us feel that this project needs to go forward. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to chime in here too. I think it's adoption of the TIP next month really helps inform our staffing resource needs. So I know right now, Patrick is probably not happy with me. So we need to come back then and figure out what resources we need to deliver those projects. Mm-hmm. And right now we are feeling pinched, but that's something that we'll be working on over the next couple of months. So thank you, Patrick, for keeping me honest. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, Patrick, you're back on.
Okay, moving on to project SP 125 towards the bottom of the page. It's the PBF plan implementation. That stands for Pedestrian and Bicycle Facilities Plan implementation. It mainly focuses on very small spot improvements in the pedestrian and bicycle facility network. It's often just filling in some gaps in our sidewalk or trail network. You'll see that there is no money shown in 2021. That's intentional because of our lack of staff. So we didn't show any money there, but we are showing it in 2022 and the years following.
Okay. Any questions by council members?
Is Patrick sharing his screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was sharing it with myself.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Usually so helpful.
You want to go ahead and share your screen?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. So it's this one at the bottom of the page. So in the first year, 2021, we don't show any money there. And that's very intentional.
That's fine with me. This
Okay.
Lisa, I'm good.
Okay.
Nothing on
Patrick?
125.
Yeah, I don't see any other. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so Patrick, what projects might have been considered to be designed or planned for 2021? If, for example, we hadn't moved these other projects forward and maybe considered what could have been done in the BPF plan, given it's a smaller dollar amount, and presumably a smaller staff requirement. What are we giving up here to look at this other one instead?
Smaller staff requirement, slightly, for a staff person that we would have. It's something that Anne, our assistant city engineer, would have been managing on top of the other PBF projects. I don't know specifically what those projects were. And I don't know that she had anything specifically in mind yet.
We still don't have anyone to do them anyway, so doesn't make sense to move it forward either. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Patrick, I think that stays. Okay. So what is the next project in this biennium?
SP pound, pound, pound. It's on the next page. It's the I-90 trail crossing at West Mercer Way. This is a project that the assistant city engineer has been managing, and she just handed off the remainder of the project to the street engineer just last week. So he will wrap up the design process, put the project out to bid, coordinate with WashDOT, because the work is in WashDOT's right of way, and then build it. And the construction phase is programmed for 2021.
Deputy Mayor Weicker, your hand is up.
I just want to confirm that this is fully reimbursable with the settlement funds, right? 100%?
Yes, it is.
Cool.
Okay, thank you for that. And obviously, this is a safety issue in this one as well. I don't see anybody's hand raised, and so I think that's good to stay in. What is next?
Okay, the next project in the same Eastlink category, SP 120. That's the Sunset Highway, 77th Avenue Southeast, a crosswalk improvement. It was added to the TIP, I believe, last year. And so we show monies for design in 2021. That's preliminary design. And then in 2022, final design and construction. The total dollar amount for this project is comparable to the project that we were just talking about on West Mercer Way. The project location is in WashDOT right of way. It is almost adjacent to the light rail station. It's at the intersection of Sunset Highway and 77th Avenue Southeast. And it's important to have good crosswalk improvements in that location because we know that there will be more and more pedestrians walking through there.
And the funding for this project, is it also
Sound transit mitigation funds?
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, your hand is up. Do you have a question on this one?
Do we have any sense of what those design elements will look like, or is that going to be coming out next year?
It will be coming out next year.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Dickerson.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. On on SP triple hash mark and on 120, SP 120, since those are those are reimbursable projects, I'm throwing out for consideration at some later point in time whether those aren't particularly appropriate for getting an outside consultant to do. That's my question. Doesn't need an answer right now, but just to think about, to accept or reject. On 120, I wonder how we can be doing much designing until Sound Transit tells us, what we're going to do, because what we called a station is now an interchange, and if they get to move the goalposts as they want to, that whole area is going to change quite a bit, particularly with north side bus drop-offs and bus layovers and all this kind of stuff. And can we even really be doing much designing at this point in time until that's locked down?
I'll try all your questions. First, about consultant design. We will be hiring a consultant for design of this intersection as well as the one on West Mercer Way. Second, in terms of being able to try to figure out what to do here if things are sort of changing. Things in this intersection are not part of any proposed changes by Sound Transit. So we feel comfortable with moving ahead with a design process here. And we also want to make sure that the construction is completed before the light rail station opens. Because if the station opens before we're done with construction, it just gets very messy for everybody involved. Thanks for the questions.
Okay. Does that take us through the end of these projects in this biennium?
One more, it's a very minor one. It's SP 122. It's in the other category. It's called Minor Capital Traffic Operations Improvements. In the description, we give some examples of types of projects. It could be upgrading science to new mandated standards, channelization or striping, modifications or improvements, minor roadway safety improvements, upgrading traffic signals for efficiency or safety. So those are a few examples. Also revising some street lighting as needed. But it's a small dollar amount every other year.
Okay. Any questions by council members? I am not seeing any hands right now, so I'll go to the outliers in terms of years. So I think we're done with this biennium.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Be interested in taking a break?
No, but I'm happy to take a break. Yes, it is now 8:18. How about until 8:30?
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. See you guys at 8:30. It must be us old guys here, Jay. Come on.
Wait.
No, I'm not talking about you, Lisa. I was talking about Jake and me.
Yeah. Good recovery, Vincent. We're all in now. We're all in.
Alfreda, could you, there we go.
I'm still unvideoed.
You are, Jake. There you are.
Thank you.
So Mayor Wong, I wanted to let you know that our video feed has healed itself. I'm sure that's what happened, right? That's what happens in technology. It just heals itself. Anyway, we seem to be working again, so
great.
Not sure what the problem is, but just so everybody knows.
Great, thank you. All right, Patrick, round two.
Okay, now we're looking at the out years, what we call the out years, 2023, 24, 25, and 26. So if we go to the top, excuse me, residential street resurfacing, again, it's an annual program. You approved the biennium. I assume that you will approve the 6 years in quick order.
Will you also, again, Patrick, just reference the project number?
Project number? Oh, sure. Sorry about that. It's SP 100.
All right, does anybody have any questions regarding SP 100 for the 4 out years? I don't see any hands raised. Okay, Patrick.
Okay, SP 101, Arterial Preservation Program. Again, annual program, sealing cracks on arterial streets and large patches.
Council members, any questions? Seeing none, go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, next project, SP 104, North Mercer Way, 7500 block to Roanoke. It's just resurfacing pavement with hot mix asphalt based on pavement condition.
Any questions? You have to be able to get to the Roanoke. Okay, so I don't see any hands raised, and so go ahead, Patrick.
All right. SP 105, West Mercer Way, 5600 block to East Mercer Way. Just want to point out that this one is restoration of pavement with a chip seal. We talked about chip seal earlier in the evening, how we do it, what the impact is, and the cost savings as well. This project is proposed at just under $600,000. If it were a hot mix overlay, it probably would be about $1.7, $1.8 million ballpark.
Is this the, I'm sorry. We have a question from Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just I note that's the only project in this category that is with chip seal. Can you comment on why this one was picked for chip seal?
I might have to defer to Clint, but let me go back to this West Mercer Way. I'm sorry, not that one. I'm trying to remember where it is. Okay, here. If we go to the map that shows the projects, this yellow line from almost mid-island going south along West Mercer Way all the way to the south tip, that project. It's a very long stretch of roadway because it's more toward the south tip or the south half of the island. There's a higher traffic volume. And we were just looking also at fund balance and the cost of hot mix asphalt versus a chip seal. A few years ago, we did a chip seal on East Mercer Way, sort of in that southerly segment. I think from the end of the red down through the south end area. And so in order to extend the life of the pavement and also in light of other project needs for new projects, we thought that this would be a good way of spending money, smaller budget, and paving a lot of roadway. but it always comes with trade-offs. Smaller dollars, we can do some additional projects elsewhere. Bigger dollar for the project, then we have to cut projects somewhere else.
Patrick, you mentioned this before as far as what is the expected life expectancy, or how long do we expect this chip seal to last in terms of satisfactory condition?
Part of what I said last time is that we don't have that long a track record in our recent chip seals. I think we've only been chip sealing maybe for 8 years or so. Those chip seals look okay today. So we know that we'll get at least 8 years, but the example I gave of some very old chip seals that our street engineer didn't do, it was back in the 80s, but we found that we did not repave with hot mix until around 2014 or so. And so that was a good 20, 25 years. So maybe those are bookends, somewhere between 8 and 25 years, but this is, you're talking about West Mercer Way, which is an arterial street, so it probably gets more traffic volume than the neighborhood that I was thinking about with a chip seal that was more like 25 years. But again, somewhere in between probably the 8 and 25 years.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any industry data that would support a prediction of how long it will last? Manufacturers' recommendations, warranties, anything?
I think I've heard kind of some rules of thumb, but what we've found is that those rules of thumb don't necessarily apply to Mercer Island. Thumb is more like 5 or 6 years. I think a lot of that is related to traffic volume. Our traffic volume on Mercer Island overall is very light. The types of vehicles, these are mostly cars on Mercer Island versus some other cities that have a lot of bus and truck traffic. And a lot of cities will just chip seal right on top of an existing roadway. If there are already bumps and poor drainage in those roadways, they don't make any repairs ahead of the chip seal. Our street engineer, I have to say, our street engineer is smart, and he wants the life of our roadways to be very long. So he won't just chip seal on top of an existing road if it's bumpy and has potholes and doesn't drain well. He will smooth out the roadway first with some pre-leveling. If there's not adequate drainage, he'll add drainage. The benefit of adding drainage is it gets the water off the roadway, so it doesn't get into the cracks in the pavement as easily. By doing all those things, I think those are probably some of the reasons why our chip seal seems to last longer than a lot of other cities. So I hope that answers your question.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Patrick. Any other hands raised? So I think that's probably an indication that that's okay. So what's the next project?
Bear with me for a moment. Okay, the next several, the remainder in this arterial street improvement category, they're all surfacing with hot mix asphalt, and they're all based on pavement condition. So you could either look at all of them now or just one by one.
Does any council member have any particular issue or question regarding a project?
So to clarify, it's SP 106, 107, 108, 109, and 110.
Just bear with me for a second here, I guess. I don't see anybody else raising their hands.
I'm not trying to pull a fast one. I just want to help save time where I can.
No, that's fine. I don't, again, I don't see anybody raising their hands, so I think we're probably okay. At this point, again, these are in the out years. Okay.
Okay, moving on to SP 111. That's in section B under the pedestrian and bicycle facilities, new. The 80th Avenue Southeast sidewalk from 28th to Southeast 32nd. We started design work actually in 2019. As the preliminary design work unfolded, we found that we needed to rescope the project slightly, and we found that the cost of the work was going to be quite a bit more expensive than we had originally anticipated. Part of that is related to the need to upgrade an old street lighting system. Part of it is related to having to replace more curb than we expected. And then some additional ADA ramps or wheelchair ramps at some of the intersections.
Councilmember Jake.
For those on the council that are newer, that aren't as familiar about the project and the impetus, the reason for the project initially was that the sidewalks along 80th are very narrow. There are trees directly adjacent to the sidewalks, and tree roots over the years have lifted up or heaved the panels of the sidewalks. So now parts of the sidewalk are raised several inches above the original grade. And for years, public works staff has tried to grind down those edges to try to make the transitions between the sidewalk panels manageable for people to walk. But we're at a point where it's just not feasible anymore. And at the time, there were some concerns about removing many mature trees. So as part of this process, we're looking at the actual condition of those trees. And many of those trees are at or beyond their reasonable life expectancy. Some are diseased and dying. And so we will try to focus on removing mostly just those that are in the worst shape, or any trees that are actually in the way of the newer, wider sidewalk. So hopefully that provides a little bit of perspective and context. The other thing is that we've delayed the project to 2023 due to the lack of staff.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson.
I'm pretty familiar with that area, and my question is the city going to continue to use plane trees in, adjacent to sidewalks, as they're notorious for, surface routes that lift pavement? And I believe there are a bunch of plane trees in this area, if I'm not mistaken. I'm thinking of the right block.
That's a great question. One thing that we as staff try to do is we try to learn from our predecessors. In this case, whoever chose those trees. We have better understandings now. Very easy in hindsight to criticize work that has been done. And that's not what I'm trying to do, but I'm just trying to say that we try to learn from the past as we move forward. We're going to work with our right-of-way arborists and consultants in the tree selection to make sure that the trees that we select are sidewalk and street friendly. They will be constructed in suspended pavement, so there's lots of room for the tree roots to grow. And we want to do it in a way where those trees live for a long time in a healthy manner without impacting the sidewalk. So that's our hope. In 30 years, hopefully our predecessors can say that we did a good job.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't done on your watch, Patrick, so you're exonerated.
Thanks.
Councilmember Anderall.
Thanks. Patrick, just to be clear, I want to make sure I have the right addresses in mind. Is this kind of extend from in the vicinity of the Chase Bank and the Shell station southward toward the Montessori school? Is that the street we're talking about? Or other landmarks, if you want to throw them in, where the East Seattle Partners are building?
Bank of America is kind of midpoint along this stretch.
Yeah.
South on 80th all the way.
And are both sides of the street implicated, or is there just one side?
It's primarily the east side of the street with some more minor improvements or corrections on the west side. I'll have Clint chime in if that's not exactly correct. Clint?
Yeah, Patrick, it's east side of 80th Avenue from 28th, which is up by the car wash, all the way down to 32nd. That's the side of the road that was not rebuilt in the 1990s. So that east side of 80th, those sidewalks are dating to like the early 1980s, maybe even the 1970s.
Okay, thank you.
Clint, this is Benson. Is the anticipation that the sidewalks are going to be widened and taking into, basically cutting into the right? Because they are very narrow. So I just wasn't sure.
We've looked at that, and I think we're going to be kind of stuck at the 5 to 6 foot width due to some other topography. There's a big rock wall on the south half of the project that kind of constricts us to just that 5 to 6 foot width.
And just to give me some context, I mean, how wide are the sidewalks elsewhere in the town center?
On the west side of 80th, I believe those sidewalks are 8.5 feet.
Okay.
And for say 77th Avenue, over by the old Farmers Building, I believe those are all 8.5 foot wide.
Okay. All right. Thanks. And I take it that 5 to 6, that's as wide as you can make it.
Correct. And 5 to 6 feet is a more typical width that you would see in other parts of Mercer Island and in other cities. That's kind of your standard sidewalk width is 5 to 6 feet.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Jacobson, your hand.
Mayor
Yes.
Wong, if I could just interject one second.
Yes.
Council will recall that last year during the TIP process, staff recognizes that anytime we're talking about the removal of trees, whether they're disease, dying, whatever it may be, is a sensitive conversation with our community. And so we told the council last year that we would come back with an update before we went out to bid for this project. Just because this project has been delayed, that doesn't change the staff's intent to come back to the council prior to moving forward with this project. So I just want council to be rest assured that staff recognizes that, and that when it is time to move this project forward, we will be back in front of the council to make sure they understand the different nuances and specifics associated with it.
Jason, thank you for that reminder, and also a reminder to the public as well. And so I don't see any other questions regarding this particular project, so I'm going to ask Patrick to go ahead to the next one.
Okay, the next project is SP 112. It's a similar sidewalk replacement project, but it's on 78th Avenue Southeast of the town center, at the very south end of the town center, between Southeast 28th and between Southeast 32nd and Southeast 34th Street. The sidewalks, especially on the east side of 78th Avenue, are narrow, and they're being heaved and lifted by the tree roots significantly. But because 78th Avenue is a little bit more of the core street in town center, we wanted to first try out 80th Avenue and fine tune things in the design and construction there before we moved on to 78th Avenue to do the same thing. We wanted to learn from the first project and apply those lessons to the second project on 78th Avenue. And so that project is programmed for year 5 in the TIP, 2 years after 80th.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just a small question. If I recall correctly, on that stretch of street and maybe some others downtown, there are historical plaques in the sidewalks to mark what I'm presuming are old names for the streets, Proctor and Gilpin and things like that. Would those be retained?
Yes. I don't know if there are those those bronze inlays in the corners within this stretch, but I know what you're talking about. And in the past, whether it's a city project or a private development project, we absolutely make sure that those things are protected and replaced. It's very delicate.
Good. I'd like to see that. I think they're a nice touch.
Okay, I don't see any other questions on this project by council members. So I guess we'll stay in the tip where it is and go to the next project.
Okay, SP 113. This is the East Mercer Way roadside shoulder project that we spoke about earlier. It's the one that is not at the very south tip, but it's the one that's shown in the TIP for and so what I had mentioned is that we as staff would be fine if council wants us to swap the project that would be in 2027 at the very south tip with this one. So this one would shift to 2027, which is year 7. So it's outside of the TIP right now. And then we would move in the project is at the very south end, same general price or cost.
Well, Councilmember Neese.
My only comment on this, because I've written both those sections, is that I would like staff, if possible, between now and the next council meeting when this comes back to us, to look at those more critically and inform the decision of whether a ditch in a road surface, width is more of a hazard than what's occurring on that East Mercer Way Phase 11. I think that a public comment is great. That's why we extended the public comment public hearing. But I would love for staff to actually go and look critically and just report back.
This is.
Go ahead.
I agree with that. I think we really need to be informed. Yeah, we really need to be informed by staff's kind of traffic engineering judgment. I mean, I get it. Everybody has their own perspective on it, but I would love to hear what staff thinks about it after further consideration.
Is there general consensus to give direction to staff to take a look at, I guess, what is now phase 11 and also the final phase to see whether or not those two should be swapped? I can't see anybody, so I'm going to assume that unless. Okay, I'm going to assume go ahead. I mean, I can't see anybody, so nobody's raising objections to that proposal that the staff come back. So is that clear, Patrick?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right.
So we'll talk internally as staff, and on the 16th, we'll provide.
Come back with some further information.
Okay, the next project is SP 115, Gallagher Hill Sidewalk Improvement between Southeast 36th and Southeast 40th. That's just right up the hill from City Hall. And this is a partner project with the arterial street repaving. And it's in this has been in the TIP probably 3, maybe 4 years. It was originally raised as public comment from several families in a neighborhood north of I-90. It was consistent with their pedestrian and bicycle facilities plan, and it's a route to the high school and Northwood Elementary School. And so that's how this got into the TIP. And originally it was first put in year 6 of the TIP. And then over time, it has moved forward year after year. And so if you're wondering what is this going to do on Gallagher Hill Road, what it does is that right now there is sort of a paved shoulder. What this will build is a new concrete sidewalk with a vertical curb. So it provides additional protection for those who are walking, whether it's during the day or at night when it's very dark on this stretch of Gallagher Hill Road. And so because this is sort of a walk route to school, we may be eligible for grant funding through the state's Safe Routes to School program. But we can't really apply for the grant until the project is closer.
Hey, Patrick Benson, is that on both sides of the street? Or just the north side, or?
The sidewalk would be on the uphill side of Gallagher Hill Road. The east side, sorry.
The east side, okay. All right, Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Hey, Patrick, are there any streetlights considered for that project or not?
There are no streetlights considered for this.
Not currently. Okay, thanks.
I don't see any other question being posed. And so, okay, go ahead, Patrick. I think that's probably okay to keep.
Okay, SP 116, the next project, Southeast 40th sidewalk improvement. That's from Slugger Hill Road west to 93rd Avenue. Yeah, there's a little bit of sidewalk in this area. It's not in the greatest of shape, and we're proposing to replace that existing sidewalk, continue the bike lanes that are on Southeast 40th, and this completion of a pedestrian gap supports a safe route to school, both to the high school and the elementary school. So this project may also be grant eligible.
Can you describe what TIB is?
The Transportation Improvement Board. That's a state board that allocates grant monies for transportation related projects that meet certain criteria. In a lot of cases, we don't meet those criteria. For some of those TIB grant funds, you have to have high traffic volumes, high accident rates, and things like that. Where Mercer Island in general, we have low volumes, low traffic accident rates, especially correctable accidents. But we have gotten TIB grants on some of the projects that we've had on Southeast 40th over the last 10 years near Northwood Elementary School, both for roadway improvements and project.
So I'm going to take another turn because nobody's raising their hands. So, I'm looking at Exhibit 4. So I was a little, I'm not a traffic engineer by any means, but I looked at Exhibit 4 and it seemed to be a relatively short strip. And so I was kind of surprised by the price tag that is indicated, over $1 million. Is there anything particular about this strip?
It's the cost of construction. I believe it's, hold on here. I don't know all the details of it, but I imagine that it's concrete sidewalk and it might be concrete vertical.
Okay.
If you want some more details on the scope, I can have either Ann or Clint chime in.
I think the scope of that project in our cost estimates might have included repaving Southeast 40th in there as well. So that might explain why that cost is a bigger number.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because it just says replacing sidewalk and constructing bike lanes. Okay. Can you double check that just to, so maybe let me check if it.
Yeah, I can look back at my estimates.
Okay. All right, great. We have a question from Councilmember Jacobson.
I believe when the western part of that whole deal from Island Crest to about 88th or 89th was done last year, there had to be quite a bit of repaving done because the sidewalk encroached a bit on the right of way. I live right there, so in that area. So I suspect that it's a fairly major deal.
Okay. All right. If we can get a little clarification, that'd be great. Okay. All right. No other questions on that project. So Patrick, go ahead.
Okay, SP 117, 92nd Avenue Southeast Improvement. It's one block, sort of a long block from Southeast 40th to Southeast 41st Street. It's sort of at the very north end of the east edge of the high school. And so this is part of a safe walk route to the high school, and it's programmed for year 6. because if it's a school route, it might be grant eligible again. It would be a sidewalk on the side of the street. At least that's what we think right now.
Okay. Again, it's in year 6, and so no hands are raised, and so why don't you go ahead and proceed?
Okay. SP 123, North Mercer Way, Mercer Island Park and Ride frontage improvements.
Or do we just need confirmation that 118 is good? I mean, nobody has it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Again, so it's just a continuation of the ADA implementation. Well, we have a question. Councilmember Neese.
Right. Are we on the 123 or which one are you on?
No, sorry, we're at 118, the ADA compliance for the 4 out years.
All right, I'm ahead of you.
Yeah.
I'll put my hand down.
Okay. All right. So again, no hands raised there. So go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, project SP 123 North Mercer Way at Park and Ride. This is proposing some frontage improvements, removing the bus bay, widening the trail to meet current standards for multi-use facilities, and providing a mixing zone at 80th Avenue Southeast crossing. We also want to propose improving some sight lines at the western driveway access. And then a little bit of street light relocation and some landscaping.
Do you have a separate slide for this particular project?
Yes, just a moment.
So Patrick, while you pull that up, council, this is a conceptual drawing regarding the frontage improvements that Patrick just referred to. This is in response to the Sound Transit discussions that are taking place and the community interest and concerns over the safety concerns and the PED vehicle crossing numbers and the north side bus drop off. And so this is a placeholder for a project to use the city's right of way to landscape it accordingly and not allow the bus layover and drop off on the north side, but address the safety concerns that we have heard from the community. And this is, again, this is a placeholder for that project, and this is a conceptual drawing of what this possibly could like in 2024.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, first I'll comment on the drawing. So Jason, that looks great. Looks like it addresses what's in the settlement agreement. It has the buses unloading on the, what looks to be the south side. There's no layover bays or anything. So that seems to be a smart future state for trying to get that Mountain to Sound trail through there in a safe way. What I was going to ask actually was, should this not be funded by settlement dollars, and wouldn't that move into a section titled East Link Traffic Safety Mitigation Projects, or is this not eligible for that?
I don't know if it would be eligible for Sound Transit settlement dollars, but we can certainly explore that and bring that back to the council on the 16th.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to make sure we're putting things in the right buckets of funding, and if it is something the council would consider, if it's eligible, to be paid for by Sound Transit, since they are the genesis of the need for this, that would be worth discussing. And then I would just roll back to that last one that we were talking about. If there is some road surface mixed in with bike ped facility, that last project was under bike ped, we would need to parse that out as well. Not to create more projects, but I guess to put things where they belong.
Okay, does anybody else have any comments or questions regarding SP 123? I don't see anybody hand is raised. I would just like to say that I also like the conceptual drawing, because as Councilmember Neese pointed out, it is certainly more consistent with the settlement agreement terms that were negotiated between the city and Sound Transit, in particular, basically not having the drop off of passengers, riders on the north side. And so I think this is, it goes a long way in terms of sort of describing in an illustrative way some of the things that we've heard from the community. So I appreciate the work that's gone into it, and then obviously further design work that will need to occur. So again, thank you to staff for putting that together. All right, any other comments? Otherwise, we'll move. And I agree with Councilmember Neese. I think to the extent you have to determine the proper allocation or the proper designation in different categories, you should go ahead and do that or break it up as well. All right, go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, let's wrap up the other half of SP 125. That's the PBF plan implementation. You approved the $52,000 in year 2 of the biennium. There's
one second, Patrick. City Manager Bond, did you have a comment? Or
no comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. In the peripheral of my vision, I saw a hand raised, and sorry. Okay, so anyway, sorry, Patrick, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. PBF plan implementation, it's an annual project or program, small dollar amount to fill in gaps in our pedestrian network, basically.
Okay, no hands raised here, so let's move on.
Okay, SP 126. I think this is the project that a lot of people wanted to talk about. We've had lots of testimony tonight, as well as emails and other communications. The 77th Avenue Southeast channelization from Southeast 32nd to North Mercer Way. It essentially is modifying the channelization or striping on the street to create on-street parking. So what I want to do is I want to provide a little bit of background as to why we're even proposing this project. So I have 3 slides. I'm starting with what the town center development regulations say. You know, the regulations were updated around 2016. Part of that update was related to street standards in the town center, specifically related to 77th Avenue and 78th Avenue Southeast. I've highlighted text that's primarily related to 77th Avenue. So I want to read that to you just to start on the same page. The regulations say that all major new construction abutting 77th Avenue Southeast or 78th Avenue Southeast shall improve the right-of-way adjacent to the property as required in Figure 4. I'll point out Figure 4 in a moment. The Design Commission may require or grant a modification to the nature or extent of any required street improvement for any of the following reasons upon recommendation by the city engineer. So there are these 4 different criteria or things. The only one that relates to the Xinghua project or the Mud Bay site is letter B, and that says if the required improvement is part of a larger project that has been scheduled for implementation in the city's 6-year capital improvement program. So the TIP and CIP are similar but different. The CIP is what the TIP gets adopted into as part of the budget process. So tonight and June 16th, you're working on the TIP. Once you adopt it, the next thing you will see is the proposed capital budget or CIP. The transportation related projects are in that CIP. So when you adopt the CIP, the transportation projects become part of that 6-year capital improvement program that the code is referring to. Now, if you look at this tiny graphic down below, and I have a bigger graphic on the next slide, it shows what the roadway configuration is supposed to look like for 77th Avenue. So I'll move on to the next slide. This is that same graphic. On the left, this is a photo of the frontage on 77th Avenue with the Mud Bay site here on the right side. So looking at the photo first, on the right here, there's a bike lane. On these light posts, it says no parking. Then you have one northbound lane, a center left turn pocket that's continuous from block to block, then a southbound lane, and then a southbound bike lane. Now, what the code shows in terms of street standards for 77th Avenue is different from what exists out on the roadway right now. What the code requires is parking lanes on both sides of the street, one northbound travel lane and one southbound travel lane that is shared with bikes. So that lane, those lanes would be marked with sharrows. That's different from what is out there today. So basically, that street standard says that major new developments must meet the street standards. Again, parking lanes, one lane in each direction with sharrows, or the design commission may grant modification to the nature or extent of improvement with a recommendation from the city engineer. If the required improvement is part of a larger project that has been scheduled for implementation in the 6-year CIP. That's a mouthful, but I want to direct your attention to certain parts of this. You know, it talks about the street standard, parking lanes, and one lane of travel in each direction with sharrows. And the only granting authority to do something that is a modification to the nature or extent of the improvement is the design commission. I just wanted to clarify that. It's not city council. City council adopts the TIP. The city council adopts or amends regulations and codes. But when it comes to private development or redevelopment in the town center, it's the design commission that makes those approvals. So now, talking about specifically the Xinhua project, they're in the design review process right now. They have to comply with the current regulations. As city engineer, I can't tell them that part of the code doesn't make sense. So why don't you just ignore that? And so rather than just having them build what they're supposed to build and then have people try to drive through this section of 77th and say, who thought of this thing? This doesn't make any sense. You know, having the current configuration as you approach Southeast 29th from the south, and then right after you get through that intersection, those bike lanes go away and then transition into a shared lane. The center turn lane goes away, so people can't turn left. And then you drive or bike 150 feet, and then it transitions back into those bike lanes and the center turn lane. And so just taking a step back, either as the driver or the cyclist, or just someone that's looking at a small improvement within a larger corridor, it just doesn't make any sense. So what we were trying to do by proposing this project in year 6 is maybe provide the opportunity for the developer to work with us and not make those improvements immediately as part of their project, but we work something out or they voluntarily offer to pay their fair share of the larger corridor project. Now, if this project is in year 6, this work isn't going to get done for 6 years. In the meantime, if the city council wishes to change the street design, you can do that through amending the regulations. If that happens, then in the next TIP, we likely would revise the project to be consistent with whatever the revised street standards are. But what I didn't want to do is just let the developer go ahead and make those improvements without saying something. I think the error I made, though, and my apologies to you and all of those who are listening and all those who've commented today and yesterday, I should have provided more background in the agenda bill about this project and kind of the why behind it. So I'm sorry for that. So does that make sense in terms of context and background and the why behind at least proposing the project?
Patrick, I want to go back to. Okay, so we have a code that specifies a design on 77th Avenue. We have a project in the queue, and putting this TIP project in essentially allows us to collect a fee in lieu for this future project. So my question is, and I think BO is on the phone, and this was posed to him, is what happens if the project changes? Like if we wanted to design something different? I think the answer is the fee in lieu could still be applied, I think. And then what happens if the project is just scrapped entirely and we've collected a fee in lieu? And I think the answer is the money is then refunded to the developer if no project commences over a certain period of time. BO and Jason, I believe you spoke about this today. Are you available to comment?
Yes, Jesse. Jason, Patrick, and I spoke about this earlier today. I looked at the code, and there is an opportunity to seek a fee in lieu, although the code does not specifically state it. The code is broad enough that there's other options given the city engineer's professional assessment of the situation that would enable either a fee in lieu or different possibilities of different improvements if the street standard is changed. Now, also speaking with Jason, I believe that this is the contribution to a whole project that the applicant would be required to make here is proportionally to the overall investment is not, typically the extent that we've seen applicants really fight about, working with the city or fight about so that the project is stalled. So, regardless of how the council decides to, change or leave the street standard, I believe that, as of right now, the recommendation of the city engineer to move this forward so that we preserve all rights and all options for future, to allow all options to be available and on the table so that we can, propose a project that makes sense for this segment, this part of town center.
So I think the punchline here is council, we do need to include a TIP project, even if it's in an out year, to allow us, to allow the developer to contribute to a future improvement project in this area. The one that is on the table, many of you may not like, and it sounds like according to City Attorney Park, we would have an opportunity to revisit that design should you desire. But it is critical that we have a TIP placeholder for a frontage project or roadway project, if you will.
There, you.
Have we lost the mayor?
He's on mute.
Oh, Benson, you're muted.
I'm back. I'm sorry. My apologies. We have a couple of hands raised. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm understanding this. So I understand the need to have a project placeholder. Is the idea that it would have to be this project because this is what's consistent with 1911.120, or could we have, a revision to the bike lanes to put in, planter boxes along the way and the elimination of the center roadway if we wanted to do something?
Councilmember Reynolds, this project is included because this is the project identified in our code. This project is far enough out that if the council desired to revisit the street standards in town center or in this area, we could do so. But it would require an investment of staff time and work to get through that update. And we could get it done, right? There's plenty of time between now in the year the project is planned, we wouldn't want to do it on the fly. Let me say that. We'd have to put some work into revisiting street standards as part of a town center project.
What I worry about a little bit is, even if we view this only as a placeholder, it would develop a certain amount of momentum. There would be some risk of that. And I'm wondering if there were some alternate idea, if only somewhat generic, that would be legally allowed and still allow us to collect the fee in lieu. Is there some option along those lines?
I haven't thought about it, of a possibility of a different project. However, like City Manager Bonds stated, this is the project that's in the code right now. And the applicant has vested under this code. So I would advise caution if we're going to change the project to something that's different than the design that they vested under.
So what I would recommend as an alternative, this project is showing in 2026. And Councilmember Reynolds, I understand your concern that when something ends up in the TIP, the notion is that it's fixed. I can tell you, and I think some of our council members can tell you, that the TIP shifts every year. So if the council, and I haven't actually heard from the council to understand what the pleasure is here, the staff recommendation is to include it in 2026. If the council is not happy with the street standards as specified in our code, we need to identify a work item, in 2022, 2023, 2024, to inform a different design. So I would still recommend keeping it. I don't recommend any back a napkin redesign. I think Councilmember Jacobson talked about this earlier. We really have to use professional engineers when we consider street standards to ensure we're designing safely. Jason or Patrick, I dove in here, so please feel free to comment.
And I think I understand then that if we do that and we collect the fee and we have this design or something like it in the TIP right now, and we then later change the code and change the design commensurate with that, we don't have to give the money back necessarily because we're doing a different improvement, correct?
That's correct.
That's more or less correct. From the applicant standpoint, they've already met the requirements of the code, so they're free and clear from their obligations. We have the money, and as long as that's spent to improve the section of their block, we would be okay with that.
And I think the only risk, Councilmember Reynolds, would be if we decided not to pursue any projects at all. So the fee in lieu we collected, in the future, we just don't do anything, then we would likely refund the money. But we can't go back retroactively and have them pay for an improvement after their project is built. So I think you see the chicken and egg problem, right? We need to put the project in.
I'm understanding the corner we're backed into. I'm not liking it, but maybe it's the way it has to be. But we'll see what other ideas others have.
Okay, we have a question from Councilmember Neese.
Thanks, Mayor. Patrick, I want to commend you for giving the background, putting the slides together, and apologizing, I guess, to the community for maybe not putting as much information in with this item as might have been useful. I think that goes a long way, and I think extending the public hearing probably goes a long way trying to get people back to the table to understand what might be possible along 77th or what might just be retained. I do understand, I think, that what you have is a sequencing problem and that all you're trying to do is prevent a problem from being kind of a negative unintended consequence of the code, given the fact that we may not restripe 77th for its entirety, but you have a vested property owner that is basically forced to do that. I don't think that the focus on money is really necessary because the frontage of that project would have them paying, I guess, their share of the $57,875, which is the full cost of that project. They might spend $7,000 to put into the city's coffers that might end up getting refunded, but it does get us past the code problem and the vesting problem. I do want the council to think about what might happen south of Southeast 29th, where the retail requirement was taken away. If that retail requirement were added back, some of the public testimony that we heard was relative to this parking wouldn't benefit anything. It's on the backside of retail, or it's adjacent to farmers that has 1,000 parking stalls, or 500, or whatever it is, a large number of parking stalls. That may not be the future state of that south end of town center. And so I do think it is important to talk about what might happen south of there, and in a redevelopment, might the back of Rite Aid become the new front side of something spectacular like what we see over by Island Books, where you may want a curbside parallel parking type configuration. I would also say that this council knows the cost of parking and knows the proximity of 77th to the new transit center. So if 60 stalls were put on 77th and the cost were the $57,875, our investment is about $900. It's about $1,000 a parking stall. At market rates of about $30,000 per parking stall, this is like $1.8 million of parking. So I do think it is incumbent on us, as we've also talked about parking enforcement, we've talked about parking time limits, parking permits. We have a number of discussions that pigtail into this that we could be having between now and 2026, when really nothing will happen, and we'll have averted an unintended consequence of the Chinois development being vested under the current code. But I do think that there is a series of conversations that should occur that are maybe a little bit more thoughtful than just, let's end this project now. So again, Patrick, thank you for what you've said tonight. That's refreshing to hear. I think it goes a long way to informing the public. And I do think that we'll hear more public testimony about this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Right. So I was just going to echo what Salim had to say there. I think the idea for this original street design was to consider parking in the future state of our town center. It's, there were some different ideas about what may or may not be developed down the road. So as we look at the new economy and look at where we are now and look at what development's coming in, it would behoove us to have a more comprehensive view of the town center and figure out where to put those bike lanes and the parking and determine the retail frontages if we want to revisit that. But yeah, this street view was contemplated with a different future set in mind. So let's look at it in a broader picture, not just on this one street.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, thanks. I think most of the comments or questions that I was going to offer have really been covered in the prior comments. But I think given the context that we've gotten tonight, and thank you, Patrick, for that, I think I'd be supportive of this. It makes sense. I understand why we need to do this, and I understand that it's not etched in stone.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
I'm muted here. No, I'm not.
You're good.
For once. I do better after 9 o'clock, Mayor. As I understand and concur that having this in here as a placeholder, given what the code is and how our room for maneuver on this thing has its limits is good. So I think having it as placeholder is a good idea, or using it in that function and keeping the maximum amount of flexibility with a potential development of Chinois is good. One of the questions I have, and this is kind of directly off this topic, but have we ever studied the need for truck deliveries to places like New Seasons and that sort of thing? I perceive it would be more difficult to go down 78th because of this, the center roadway stuff and everything else. And I guess what I'd like to know is if we haven't done it, if it's possible, kind of take a look and say, how about you know, in terms of the how traffic communicates in downtown, how this fits into it. And this, I admit this is kind of off the subject, but I think with changes coming into town center, I think it's something we need to think about.
Okay, Councilmember Androl, you have another question? Okay, I guess I'll just chime in at the end here. I as a placeholder, I mean, obviously we've been talking all evening that certainly in the out years, the TIP is a planning tool. And it's clear just based on the discussion, and again, thank you, as many of my colleagues have complimented you, Patrick, for providing the context and the background information here. Obviously, there is work to be done. And, we have time now to at least be more thoughtful and intentional in approaching these various issues. And so, again, I'm supportive. I understand the concerns raised by a number of the comments that we have received, but I think perhaps in the broader context that it makes a lot of sense just to keep it as a placeholder. So I see no other questions. So Patrick, we're not quite done, or are we done?
I wish I could say that we were done. We are very close. I believe we have one left.
Okay.
And so moving on, if the council has enough energy for one more. It's SP 119. It's under the Eastlink Traffic Mitigation Projects section. So this would be mitigation funded. It's the north-south bike route completion on Island Crest Way from 90th Avenue Southeast South to Southeast 63rd. It's just the first two phases. Originally, this was in the TIP for 2019 and 2020. We have not completed any work on this project. We're showing it moved out to 2023. Let me describe the first two phases that we've kind of had in our minds. We don't have any schematic drawings or concepts in mind. We know that this corridor is really tough. But we wanted to start with phase one as a look at different alternatives, identifying alternatives. This is going to be a lot of consultant work to support the work that we're going to be doing. So phase one and phase two are all about developing alternatives, a robust public involvement process. And so I said that this is going to be super challenging. I think all of you understand this corridor. I've talked to City Council before about this stretch of Island Crest Way, and many of them, different councils have said, and these are their words, they usually say, and the public too, they'll say, when I'm driving home to the south end of Mercer Island on Island Crest Way, and I get to 53rd, the tree-lined street and the canopy, this is home for me. And then, oftentimes in the past, at least, the City Council has said, City Engineer, do not touch this corridor, ever. But I think it was last year or the year before, I kind of gave that story to the council at the time and they said, this is a different day. We do need to talk about this corridor. And so they rolled this into the TIP. We just included two phases because we don't know what pre-design and design and construction look like. We can't estimate those things until we get through phase one, looking at alternatives, the public process, and bringing the alternatives back to the City Council for a decision. Once we get to that point, then we can formulate phase 3, 4, and 5 and roll that into the TIP. And so there are lots of competing interests. This section of Island Crest Way, I referred to trees, tree retention, tree protection. There's for bicycle facilities that are easy to use, that are safe, pedestrian facilities. We could have a shared use path, facilities. There are trees down the middle of Island Crest Way in stretches. There are large trees on the sides. This is a major power line corridor for PSE, as I understand it. This is a school bus route. It's close to one of the elementary schools, safe routes to school. So there's lots of stuff going on, and you know how narrow the roadway section is right now, just 2 lanes. And then some modest pedestrian facilities. So the project could be a tiny, tiny scope, just addressing one thing, or it could consider lots of factors and public interests. The challenge will be that there are several different competing interests and different groups that advocate for those things. It's not something that we as staff can move forward with in a kind of a moderate effort with limited staff. We need to have the right staff that can be fully invested. So that's why we've shifted the project out. And that's also why we have not been able to accomplish any work in 2019 or 20 on it. I hate to say that. We don't like to not get work done. But on this project, that has been a reality.
Thank you, Patrick. Councilmember Anderall.
Thank you. Yeah, so a couple of questions. Patrick, can you slide your screen over so that I can see the budgeted amounts? Because I can.
Oh, sure.
I can't see the dollars right now. Thank you. Okay, so 102,000 in 2023 and double that in 2024.
Right.
So
and these are sound transit.
A couple of questions. Yeah, why do we think this project would be eligible for sound transit reimbursement? It doesn't seem to have any direct or even tenuous connection to light rail or the changes that are happening in the north end of the island.
Good question. I think it was last year, City Council asked the city manager at the time to talk to Sound Transit to see if Sound Transit would be willing to support this project as something that we could use mitigation funds on. And the answer was yes.
Do we have that in writing? I'm serious.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that would be something worth exploring. I'm not right now. I feel like this is a very aspirational project. I get that a very dedicated group of bicyclists want it passionately. It seems like a lot of money. I don't know how much it benefits the larger community. And so, and without, certainty as to availability of not our money, I would advise caution on this one.
Councilmember Anderell, sorry, I was not fast enough to unmute myself. I just confirmed with Kirsten Taylor that we do have a email from Sound Transit confirming that this project is eligible for settlement funds.
Okay. And that's good because it's not our money, but still, that money would be used for this then and not available otherwise, maybe for a greater community good. I don't know. Like I said, I just feel very, very cautious about the feasibility of getting to the finish line on this and whether this is a good use of $311,000.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Weicker. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Jacobson. Sorry.
My question is that I believe that the staffing for this is currently vacant, and it would seem to me to require whatever staffing is done, whether it be city staff or consultant, has to be pretty sensitive to to a lot of the interests that are going on here, which I think you very well articulated, Patrick. And so that's hiring outsiders on this thing might be pulling a pin out of a grenade in any event. But I also like to say in general, your presentation has been fabulous as far as I'm concerned in its detail and its connection with all the things that we're trying to do in the city. And I'm very grateful for it. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Okay, so just a couple of things. I'm glad we have some confirmation that the Sound Transit money might be used for this $300,000 planning possibility. And from what I recall, a couple of years ago, this wasn't just about the biker commuters. There was some interest from the schools and the PTAs and the bike safety folks around this being a safe route to school, because it brings a lot of the South End kids and families down to the North End to get on light rail and access the broader bike system. So it's not just a narrow group of bike advocates. So I think we need to remember kind of the broader context of folks who are using this corridor for recreation and transportation. So there might be other money there. And it is going to be hugely contentious because it is a narrow corridor with trees and power lines and underground utilities as well. And any construction is going to be disruptive on that major thoroughfare. And we've been talking about it for years, probably decades. I certainly remember hearing about it from my first year on the council. So I think it's something we need to look at and maybe start some preliminary conversations or scoping or something. So I know it's not going to be in the next biennium, although if we have a little space, maybe we should consider that, because the longer we delay this and the more that e-bikes get adopted and the more that traffic, maybe once the world gets back to normal, gets more difficult, bikes and alternate modes of transportation are going to be theoretically and likely down in the years ahead. So that major thoroughfare down the middle of our island is going to have to make way for other modes of transportation, including bikes and e-bikes. So I think having some sort of preliminary look at this sooner rather than later with some kind of money, especially as we have the deadline with the Sound Transit money, we want to be sure we spend all that $10 million, and that clock is ticking. So some of that money could be used for some of this planning, for alternate modes of transportation, this connectivity. I don't think we should write it off. And I know there are a bunch of groups that are interested in having this, not just the bikers, not just the PTAs, not just the recreational riders. It's a safety issue, and we don't need an accident there with people using it anyway.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, it's kind of interesting. We have two issues here that seem to be going on. One is, should we do this at all? And the second is, if we're doing it, when should we do it? You can count me firmly in the camp of yes, we should do it. And if I have any concern at all, it's that I'm worried that it's being deferred out for another couple of years. It seems like it continues to kick the can down the road. And I just want to remind the council at the point that a few writers made, that our comprehensive plan has this idea of multimodal transportation and bike commuting all embedded throughout it, and the importance of having connectivity across the island with bike routes. And we have an opportunity to live up to the plan, and I don't think we can or should just ignore that. So I very much think we need to get going on this. I recognize there may be staff limitations that make it hard to, fully design it in the next biennium or in the current biennium, but it seems like we need to find some sort of a project to be carved out to at least get it started, because if we never start, we will never finish. And I think it's really important to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson, your hand is still up, or do you have another comment or question? Jake, you're muted.
I did have another question, but I'm going to forego it. I don't think it's worth asking.
Okay. Well, I'll take this opportunity since, I'm supportive of keeping it going in terms of planning. I have one question for Patrick or whoever. It's my recollection that Island Park School is perhaps going to be remodeled or renovated. My recollection could be wrong, and if so, if it is to be renovated, do you happen to know when that might occur? Because that obviously will have to factor into any kind of planning. So Patrick, do you know, or?
I haven't heard of any plans for a renovation of that elementary school.
Okay, as I say, it's just my recollection. I could be I'm pretty sure I'm wrong then in that case, but but obviously, any planning would have to take into account the school district and their planning. As I said, I'm in favor of continuing the planning process. It is regretful that it's being pushed out, but I think given the staffing shortages that we have, it may be the reality that we have to live with. If things should change, it's, again, the tip comes back every year. So if things change, it may be something that we can push forward, especially because it is potentially covered by Sound Transit settlement money. So I think at this point, Councilmember Neese, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to actually expand on what you were talking about, Mayor. Is it best to have a plan before the school district starts to talk about capital improvement, or is it better to let them talk about capital improvement before we have a plan?
I think maybe between now and the 16th, perhaps staff can reach out to the school district and get an idea whether or not they are planning potentially to renovate that school.
So my thought on it is that if you start at the north end of the corridor, you've got 53rd, which is a intersection that's like level E or F, right? And then you have the school, which has a parking lot, which is not large enough to accommodate the queuing that it creates when the kids are going in and out of school, as well as you have the school buses entering and leaving. As you head further south, you have, well, actually at that same point, you have the bike lanes that come from Ellis Pond, the Sharrows, that put both directions of the bicycles on the east side sidewalk. So you have kind of bidirectional bike flow plus PEDs on that east side of Island Crest Way. And that's where it starts to intersect with the trees. The trees then have this parking problem because the school uses Island Crest Way, east and west side, for parking during heavy load times. And then as you get to about 58th, you start getting on the east side of Island Crest Way, all the ingress and egress of the residential streets, one after another after another. These are blinded by shrubs, mostly laurel hedges, that don't allow the pedestrians to see any high speed or even moderate speed bicycles until their car is in the crosswalk. Added to that, there used to be bollards at all of the corners that protected pedestrians from the cars on Island Crest Way. But all the bollards were taken out because they were rotten and they were risky. So, and then that flows into Pioneer Park. So you have problems all along that corridor, not to mention that on the west side is Park. And so where is the right of way? Where is the park? And any sort of installation of facility into a park is going to be, it's going to be a transportation facility. It's going to be radioactive. I think that it's time to start planning. I wanted to do this earlier. I understand the staff constraints and not being able to do it earlier, but this is a very, very important project to start talking about. And I think that all this 23 and 24 allocation is planning, drawings, conceptuals, public engagement. None of it is asphalt. None of it is curbs. None of it's construction. And this is a big, big project. But I think if we're ahead of the school and we have a good plan for this corridor that's been problematic for decades, one that reaches, for facility use for the next 50 years, we should be well ahead of them. We shouldn't try and be subordinate to whatever parking arrangement they come up with or queuing arrangement that they come up with, because this is more important than that. They've got a lot of options on the Island Park site. They can move the school back. They've got a playground. They have lots of options. So I would be supportive of keeping it where it's at, pulling it forward. Certainly not pushing it back because it's got Sound Transit funds allocated to it, and those are time gated. So, whatever staff thinks they can do, but I support it being in there.
Great, thank you.
Status of the study given the pandemic. So that's something we can check on. We also had a staff person participating in that process, and it's escaping me who that was. I just want to echo support though for Councilmember Neese. He's absolutely correct. We need our design work to lead we need to have a plan for what will happen in that section of road ahead of any other major construction projects, including a potential school remodel. So I'm in agreement there.
Okay, I think there seems to be general agreement to at least keep it in and to continue to at least go forward on a design, but also recognizing that there's a lot of challenges, a lot of competing interests that it's going to take a while. This is a complicated and will be highly, the public will be highly involved. And so anyway, so Deputy Mayor Weicker.
So given the interest that I'm hearing and knowing that we moved SP 121 forward into 2021, is there any interest in moving a little bit of money into 2022 to start very preliminary planning or public outreach or scoping at least for this project?
I'd support that.
I would support that. Recognizing again that there are staff constraints, but nonetheless, I think it's, again, something that we're sending a message. That's
2022 is 2 years out. So what,
I
50,
think
70?
We don't have, right now we've got so many projects on the board and so much staff constraint. I think it's a little disingenuous to say that you should move it up.
Well, I would agree. I would say the same thing about SP 121 and crosswalks in the town center. So if we're moving things around aspirationally, let's move this one up too.
Well, this is a lot more complex and it requires more staff time, I think.
That's why we got
And we're just planning it and getting it started, right? What are we talking about? We don't even know.
Jessica, can you guys come back and just, if there is an interest in moving some of that money, whether it's the entire 102 or whatever, there may be some interest in moving some of it and starting in 2022.
I want to clarify, am I seeing forehead nods to move it up? Because
who is in favor of moving some of this money for SP 119 into 2022?
You got 4, 5.
Okay. Then we'll prepare that as part of the draft on June 16th.
Okay. I don't think it has to be the entire $102,000, right? I think that.
Mayor, can I just speak to that for a moment?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to comment that, I'm not trying to do something to staff. I'm trying to do it with them. And I think that by giving them an appropriation, it allows them to go out and try and identify the right consultants, the right help that they need to navigate a project of this size. It's going to be a multi-year project. They can't really go out and do that until they have an appropriation. If we can move some portion of the money into that year forward, it gives them some traction to go out and start looking for the right help. If we just wait for the next biennium with a large dollar sum, they're kind of in a holding pattern for that next council, and that'll be a new council at that point to come in and say, do we still do this? Do we move it? You could lose some time there that would really help staff get some traction.
Sure.
And we have a finite funding source.
So it's again, we had enough thumbs to move some of this money over starting in 2022. Maybe the staff should just take a look at that, the total dollar amounts that we had for 2023, 2024, and see whether or not it can be reallocated in some manner, but starting in 2022, and come back to us.
And, Councilmember Neese just pointed out something, and I want to make sure it's crystal clear. With a project of this scale, this complex, requiring extra public outreach and coordination, we most certainly will be using consultants. This is a scale that we don't normally undertake. So the point is, I support what you're saying. It allows us to figure out what our structure needs to be, what kind of resources we need to carry something like this forward.
Okay, we have Councilmember Reynolds.
I think I've been covered.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Weicker, you still have a question or a comment? No, okay. So I think after direction, City Manager on this one. Okay. All right, Patrick, are we now done as far as?
Yes, we're done.
And do you need any other direction? I know that was our charge, was to give staff direction that you guys could go forward and at least come back on the 16th.
I think,
So is there anything that you need?
I think we're clear. Jason, anything?
No, I think we're good. We'll compare notes, and I think we have what we need to come back on the 16th.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the staff who are listening in. And again, thank you for all the work and for your staying with us during this very long meeting. Do we need another break, or do we, I think we still, obviously there's going to be relatively lengthy committee report or council member reports, I think, compared to past meetings. And so are we good, or do you guys need a break? All right.
Good.
Okay.
Keep going.
Let's keep going. So we now move to other business and planning schedule. City Manager Jesse Bond.
Sure. I'm actually going to share my screen here. I just put some notes together. Don't panic. It's not lengthy. So the planning schedule in your packet, just ignore it. I think we've been fighting with this OPMA extension problem. It looks right now like the OPMA restrictions will not be extended into June, allowing us to resume normal work. That, of course, creates some logistics challenges for people that would like to attend the meetings in person. We will work through that. So here's what I wanted to point out and talk about tonight. We're fully anticipating that virtual city council meetings are likely going to continue for the rest of 2020. I know a couple of you have asked if it would be possible to do, a couple of the council members in the room and everybody else remote. My answer is maybe, but what I would recommend is we should just stay virtual through the summer because we've got it working. We're not sure we can handle this split council very easily. So one of the things we need to revisit is the meeting start time. And then a reminder that we're still working through a significant number of finance-related work items that are tied to the pandemic. And so what we're trying to do is to complete the short-term COVID-19 related finance work by June or early July at the latest, because the staff, particularly the finance staff, have to set aside the rest of the summer to finish the 2021-22 budget planning process. And I'll get to this in a minute. I am requesting a special meeting be added on June 9th. All right, so first item is meeting start times. Per our city ordinance, your city council meetings start at 6:30 p.m. We have been starting our virtual meetings at 5 o'clock, but we have to call these special meetings because we keep changing the times. The city council, you can adopt an ordinance temporarily amending the start time of the meetings. We just have to identify an end date if you desire. I recommend that we do this. The staff recommendation is that we continue our virtual meetings at 5 o'clock p.m. And if the council agrees, then we'd go ahead and prepare that ordinance, temporarily changing the start time. Did you want to briefly talk about that now, or do you want me to keep going?
Let's go ahead and decide now. Thumbs up or whatever.
I'm in favor of all of that.
You want to take away your screen?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay, so do we have thumbs up for 5 p.m. start during virtual meetings? Craig?
Yay.
Can I ask a question before deciding my thumb? I think I'm okay with this, and I understand that the situation is most of us are home now, so it probably makes it easier so we can do this. I haven't heard yet a good case for why we should do this. What's the advantage?
Well, I will just point out, if we had started it's 10 o'clock now, we started at 5 o'clock tonight. The virtual meetings are much slower than the in-person meetings. They're much clunkier, so I'm trying to save our sanity, not be here till midnight, although we're gonna be pushing it tonight.
Have we heard any complaints from citizens about making it more difficult to participate because of the earlier start?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have all thumbs up. So go ahead, Jesse, and prepare that temporary ordinance.
Okay. We will get that ready for you. No, come on. Okay, so this is, don't panic, lots of words on the screen. Our next council meeting is June 2nd. We have a couple items on consent. For regular business, what we're looking at is board and commission appointments. The first general fund budget amendment, this was the item I pulled off of tonight's meeting, and then approving contingency fund appropriations. These items may be addressed in separate agenda bills, but just so you have an understanding, we need funding to sustain the emergency response through the end of August. We talked about that at the last meeting. The unemployment expenses are problematic for us because they are variable and unpredictable. And we discussed recently internally that we'd actually like to set up an unemployment reserve. I'm not going to go into details tonight, but it will allow us to basically charge unemployment costs to a separate reserve fund versus keeping them baked into the department budgets. And then the YFS fund is in deficit right now, which we can't allow to continue, so we need contingency funds to cover that. Also that night, we're looking at authorization to use the compensated absences reserve for accrued benefit cash outs. And then there's a request to talk about the automatic license plate readers. So this is right now the agenda for June 2nd. It's full. So given that, I would also request then that you schedule a special meeting on Tuesday, June 9th. If Tuesday doesn't work, we can look at another date that week. This would allow us to pick up a couple, oh, I'm sorry, I have the Arch Housing Trust Fund shown on consent. That should be under regular business. A couple items that were planned for June 16th. And on June 9th, what we would do then is the updated financial forecast. This will need to come back and formally present you with that first quarter report. We will also have April actuals by the end of probably this week. So that June 9th meeting, you'd get Q1 plus April, updated forecast. We would be talking about additional phase 3 cost saving measures, the internal service funds, some of you refer to these as sinking funds, department and staffing updates, and possibly a furlough recommendation by this night as well. And then if we can, we would at least do a CIP preview, not a deep dive, but a preview, which then sets us up for the June 16th meeting where we'll be back, hopefully adopting the TIP. You have a public hearing continued that night. We have interim small cell ordinance extension, possibly a franchise agreement. That one may slide. A more thorough CIP fund analysis. And then this is where I'm going to be requesting that we get some clarity around the YFS thrift shop. What's next? Are we remodeling, reopening, or somewhere in the middle? And then as we head into July, what's left of this COVID, at least what I can foresee right now, is the YFS budget amending ordinance number 1, a second general fund budget amending ordinance, and then we have money coming from the state of Washington for the CARES Act and also funding coming from King County for small businesses. We need to accept those appropriations and figure out how we're going to allocate or distribute it. So that is a lot of work. It's a lot of one-time work related to the pandemic that wasn't anticipated. What I'm trying to do is get our finance team through all of this so again, they can turn their attention to the budget and the CIP and other priority items. So you've already given me direction on the meeting start times. If that layout, it's still pretty aggressive, I need to disclose. If that looks okay, then I just need a head nod that you're okay with the June 9th special meeting. Whoops. And by the way, if you didn't catch it yet, I haven't caught up on any of the other work plan items that we had talked about pre-pandemic. Those aren't even on the list right now. I've still got to go back and figure out what I might recommend trying to do this year. So does that look okay?
Everybody check their schedules for June 9. Is that good?
Benson, who's got anything else to do or any place else to be?
Okay, June 9 it is.
All right, thank you. I sort of have you all trapped, so I appreciate your flexibility. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, so do we have any upcoming council member absences? I assume none. Okay, do we have council member reports? I will go from the screen that I see. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
I'll just report that I attended a K4C meeting a few weeks ago, and I know it's probably not on the agenda to talk about anytime soon with everything we're facing, but they've developed their climate action toolkit and have a long list of suggestions of things that individual cities can do in the climate change front. I'm hoping we can get that on the agenda for sometime this year, but I recognize we have more pressing financial problems to resolve first, but I'll be bringing that back.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderall?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Nothing on my end.
Okay, Councilmember Neese?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson?
I'm good.
Okay, so I will be as quick as possible here. So just again, on May 13, I attended a PIC meeting that had a lot going on. And so just to let you know, the PIC decided to recommend to the SCA board that the SCA board, which Deputy Mayor Weicker sits on, send a letter to King County Executive encouraging him not to raise any rates in the utilities for 2021. So hopefully that will hold true. I don't know. And then as far as another issue was legislative priorities. And so the governor is expected to call a special meeting. He hasn't, a special session, sorry. He hasn't done that yet. Meanwhile, organizations, counties, and cities are developing legislative priorities for this anticipated special session. The Association of Washington Cities, again, Deputy Mayor Weicker sits on the board for the AWC, has taken the lead in preparing a list of legislative priorities. I sent those on to you. I think the city manager also sent you a long list of the AWC legislative priorities. I sent you today, maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember, a short list. So I guess two things. One of them is that the PIC, again, is asking the PIC members, of which Mercer Island is one, to basically give a thumbs up or a thumbs down in terms of recommending to the SCA board that it adopt the AWC legislative priorities. I hope I got all the letters correct. So I don't know, Deputy Mayor Weicker, do you have anything else to say? I hope you guys have all had a chance to look at some of these legislative priorities. They're done in broad categories, broad brushes. And so anyway, Deputy Mayor Weicker, do you have anything to say about this?
You know, I'll just take us up a notch and just let you all know that the Sound Cities Association represents all 38 cities in King County except for Seattle. So it's really a group that advocates on behalf of all cities, large, small, rural, urban. And this is sort of the majority rules, and the group functions as if it's a policy or a set of recommendations that all cities can get behind, that's what this group advocates for. If there's any policy that does harm to one city, this group does not weigh in. It's an all for one, one for all kind of group. And AWC operates much the same way. It's advocating for cities' interests in all the different policies and impacts that we have, right? So these groups are working on our behalf. We pay membership dues to them. We're all members of SCA and AWC. I just happen to be on the board where I get sort of a little more deep into the policy and recommendations and the back and forth baseball as these things get developed. But at the end of the day, it's all about serving all of our cities and all the residents who live in all of our cities to try to get governments above and beyond us to remember that we're here with our limitations, and these impacts affect us: large, small, rural, urban, rich, poor, struggling, not struggling. So these aren't crafted lightly, and they're meant to serve the greater good for all the cities and all the people who live in them.
Great. Thank you for the reminder that there is that understanding that if it doesn't hurt you, then and it helps other cities, then generally people are supportive. So again, I'm assuming that you each have had a chance to look at the legislative priorities drafted by the AWC. And again, this first item that I'm looking for a thumbs up is whether or not we're okay as a city council notifying the PIC that yes, go ahead and submit a resolution encouraging the SCA board to adopt these AWC legislative priorities. So I'm looking just for a thumbs up so that you're giving me and Dave Rosenbaum, who's the alternate to the pick, the okay. So I see 4. I'm assuming that that's good. Okay, then we get more personal, and that is the city manager and I were hoping to get together with the 41st district delegation, basically Thomas N., Meadland, Ty, and Senator Wellman, and hope to talk to them about legislative priorities that we as a city might have for this special session. And so again, we're sort of going back to the AWC legislative priorities. And so I'm hoping that everybody's okay with us, with the city manager and I, at least talking to the 41st delegates and encouraging them to advocate for these particular legislative legislative priorities. So if you have a major objection, please let us know now. Okay, I'm not seeing any major objections. I'm gonna assume that we can at least go ahead and have that conversation with the folks in the 41st district. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Vincent, excuse me. The priorities that Jesse sent out in the email that you forwarded earlier, they're pretty much aligned with those, right? I mean,
correct.
They didn't do this side by side. So I remember reading Jesse's email and thinking those are the priorities that we should advocate for.
Oh, okay. And she had, no, city manager, you can speak for yourself. You're back.
No, it was just, it was a very long list from AWC, and there was certainly a number of hot topics on there for me. I think part of what we're looking for the legislature to address is all these operating changes that are being held up by state laws, like the Open Public Meetings Act has got us caught between a rock and a hard place. The financial reporting deadline, that's another one that's really hurting a lot of cities. So we just thought it would be good to sit down and ask that these things be swiftly addressed, because this might be our operating reality for a while. Yeah, so I promise Mayor Wong and I, we won't go rogue.
Yeah. We'll use our discretion. Okay, so thank you. We'll go ahead. So Jesse, you and I will schedule a time to communicate with the 41st district folks, okay? Last item I have is, again, this was discussed at the PIC on the 13th, okay? So again, I sent you copies of this proclamation. Again, I'm hoping that you folks have had a chance to read it. It was like 3 pages. As you read the materials, the original action that I was expected to participate was for each PIC representative to take the proposed proclamation of commitment to an inclusive community that rejects stigma and bias related to COVID-19. That's the name of the proclamation. We were expected to take this proclamation back to our respective city council for discussion. However, during the procedures, they concluded that this was an emergency. And so the PIC voted to pass the motion on the 13th to recommend it to the SDA board for adoption, okay? And, basically I stated that while I was personally supportive of the motion, I did cast an abstention since we as a body had not had an opportunity to discuss the proclamation. So again, I abstained from that vote, okay? So just as a heads up, a number of cities, as you may have read in the materials, have adopted similar proclamations. And so I am hopeful that perhaps the city council, our city council, will adopt a similar proclamation. I have garnered the support, I guess, of Councilmember Rosenbaum. So I'm hoping to put this on a future agenda. I don't want to add to the June 2nd agenda, but Jesse, I guess maybe I'm looking for that. And so perhaps either add it to the June 2nd or maybe the June 9th agenda.
Well, the the proclamations can go on consent, so that,
Okay.
and we have a template, if the council's supportive of moving forward with that, we have a template that we're going to take largely from what's already been drafted.
Yeah, there's a number of cities. So anyway, that was just by a matter of just giving you a heads up that that's something that would be in a packet in the future. Okay. I didn't want you to be surprised. Okay, so that's all I have, except to, again, remind folks that our next regular meeting is on June 2nd. And Councilman, yes.
I just wanted to ask, because I did email back on one of these topics we just discussed and said, can this not be in the packet? And I was told it would be, but I don't find it in my packet. I know that these are exceptional times and we're trying to get used to the new normal, but all these things we talked about at the planning session, we said if we were going to talk about them on consent, we would put them in the packet, I think. And that's my recollection. Can we do a better job about, I mean, the public has no idea what we're talking about.
I apologize, Councilmember Neese. I thought we had included the items that were requested. If there's something that we missed, I misunderstood.
And maybe it's timing, like I get the hard copy, so maybe it's in electronic, but I didn't get any of those that we just talked about in my copy. So I don't know what the public got. That's what I assume the public gets.
Are you referring to the legislative priorities documents or something else? Because I'm not clear which document.
That, the proclamation, and then there was a third.
Yeah, no, I sent. Yeah.
I know you emailed them, and I read the emails, but the public doesn't know unless it's in the electronic and then not in my hard copy. That I don't know.
I thought the packet was amended to include those items. If it wasn't, I apologize.
I don't think it was amended. Okay, we'll do a better job. I definitely wanted to make sure that each one of you folks had it before discussing it as part of my council member report. So do a better job in the future. Okay, so let me see. There being no other business to come before the council, the time is now 10:18 and the meeting is adjourned. Again, thank you for your patience here, and as a reminder, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the broadcast. Good evening and stay safe and healthy.
Bless.